Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. On the Russian ice road, you always help your fellow travelers. When people hear my wife's Russian, they imagine a tall blonde girl with a funny accent who wears heels for every grocery run. Reality couldn't be farther from the stereotype. Lana is dark-haired, speaks better English than I do, and is completely obsessed with sneakers. She does meet one stereotype, though. She never gets cold, seeing how she lived in Russia until she was 18. Not in Moscow, of course. Did you know that Moscow's actually pretty warm? There are entire states in America where winters are far colder than anything Muscovites ever have to deal with. No, my wife comes from a tiny town far up Russian north, on the tundra. A dark, gloomy, and a very cold place inside the Arctic Circle, with extremely harsh winters and even harsher people. A place that meets the stereotypes. I've met my in-laws all of 2 times, including our wedding, both times as they traveled to the States. Frankly, I never had any intention of visiting my Lana's hometown until she got that fateful call 9 days ago. My mother-in-law had had a stroke. While her condition was stable for the time being, the local doctor expected the worst could happen at any minute. Transporting her to a better hospital was out of question, as she was in no state for the kind of a journey that you'll see described below. My wife made travel arrangements immediately. I had a valid Russian visa from a business trip to Moscow a few weeks prior, so I decided to go with her. Now, getting to my wife's hometown isn't easy. You're in for a flight to Moscow, then a connecting flight to Norilsk, one of the biggest cities in the Russian tundra. From there, it's an hour-long trip down the Yenisei River, by barge in summer and on cars over ice in the winter. Urgently getting to Moscow wasn't that hard. There, however, we faced additional difficulties. First of all, apparently I couldn't actually fly to Norilsk with Lana, as the city was closed to foreigners. Before we could even process that, we were told that Norilsk Airport was closed for all aircraft due to poor weather conditions, and the weather wasn't expected to improve that week. I tried to console Lana as best as I could, but news of her mom getting worse drove her crazy. Soon, Lana suggested an alternative. It was possible to fly to a city a fair bit south of Norilsk, which was safe from the storms. For a modest fee, a family friend living there was willing to take a day's journey up the ice road to Lana's hometown. Well, more like a night's journey, since according to him, it was better to travel at night by cars' lights than by what passed as daylight. I told my wife she was insane. She, however, was adamant on her plan, saying she's done Zimnik, how Russians call their ice roads, many times with her dad, and it was perfectly safe. She wouldn't budge no matter how I pleaded and told me I was welcome to stay in Moscow. Obviously, that was not an option, and in the end I gave up. We flew to our next destination, and the cold hit me as soon as I stepped out of the plane. It was a different kind of cold, invasive and ruthless, and it didn't care about layers of sweaters and socks I had on. I shivered imagining how much colder it was going to get. We met with the trucker who was to take us up north. He called himself Kolya, and my wife Sveta, the Russian version of her name. Me, he didn't call at all, instead referring to me derisively as Mr. Amerikashka whenever he spoke to my wife. Lana told me with a chuckle she didn't tell Kolya I could understand Russian, although I don't think he would have cared. Kolya was supposed to be a few years younger than my wife, but looked much older. his skin and posture worn down by the harsh conditions of his homeland. He laughed at our American shoes and coats and said he would pack extra jackets, woolen socks, and valenki for us, just in case. His brother helped load his truck, which looked like it had seen the fall of the Soviet Union, and then Kolya sat down to enjoy a shot of vodka, one for the road. My wife saw me blanch at that. "This isn't New York, or even Moscow," she said quietly. "People here are a bit behind in terms of DUI. Don't worry, he won't drink enough to get impaired. He's seen that kill people on the road." Well, indeed, the first shot was the last, and Kolya hopped into the truck. He offered my wife the shotgun seat, which, as far as I understood Russian macho culture, was basically equivalent of throwing a glove in my face. Whatever, as long as he got us there. The road was a dark stretch of ice and packed snow powdered by the fresh snow that had fallen that morning. Snowdrifts bordered both sides of the roads and leaked onto its surface a fair bit. Otherwise, it was the same barren, flat surface for miles. In the first couple of hours, we saw a few cars going the opposite way to us. Then a car going in the same direction as us overtook us and disappeared in the darkness ahead at surprising speeds. It was a freaking tiny, rusted-through Subaru. I gave up on understanding Russians then and there. Shortly after the Subaru guy, it started snowing. Just a bit at first, then more and more. Kolya didn't seem bothered, and I tried to stay calm as well, which I managed mostly successfully until the wind joined in. Unlike the snow, it started hard from the get-go. Have you ever heard wind howling and become unsettled by the sound? Now imagine the same, but in the depths of a black night lit only by your car's headlights. Except for your own vehicle, the world around is silent and devoid of life, frozen until the spring. Not that you can see much through the thick snow that is now the wind's plaything, flurrying around the car, blanketing the windows. Our pace slowed to a crawl as Kolya swore colorfully in Russian. "Maybe stop and wait it out," I suggested nervously. "We can't," Lana said without bothering to ask our driver. "If we stop, there's a good chance the car won't start up again, and we are stuck here waiting for someone to pick us up. And it's been empty today." The realization we were at a very real risk of freezing to death hit me like a ton of bricks. I leaned back into my seat and closed my eyes, wordlessly praying for the best. The only response was the wind howling, and it sounded so strange. It would start low and quiet, and then get louder and louder until a yowling crescendo, then cut off abruptly, then start again. And the sound came from different directions, each starting at a different time, like a pack of wolves howling. I opened my eyes to obvious tension in the car. Lana and Kolya were both hunched forward, peering intently through the glass for all the good it did them. Kolya glanced back at me. "Don't worry, be happy," Kolya proclaimed with a horrible Russian accent. "It is all okay. Don't worry, America." He was lying. I might have been useless on the ice road, but I was a criminal defense lawyer, and a good one at that. And Kolya was a bad liar. There was sweat beading on his face and neck, and his voice was forced. He was very much scared, and that made me scared too. Kolya murmured something to my wife, too quick and quiet for my distracted mind to decipher. She nodded. "What was that?" "There's a village maybe half an hour up the road if we keep this pace. We get there and settle down until the morning." "I see. Sorry about the delay." In reality, I was extremely happy to hear that. "Bad wind, huh?" Lana grabbed my hand, quick and sudden as a snake. "Don't mention the wind." Another sound came through the storm, a long, tinny wail that sent shivers down my spine. It took me a few moments to recognize the familiar sound of the wind whistling through walls and chimney, and then another moment to realize there were no walls around for the wind to whistle. I opened my mouth to comment, and my wife's grip tightened on my arm. In that moment, I knew to keep it quiet. We drove in tension-filled silence as a cacophony of sounds erupted through the storm. Wails and shrieks, howls and cries. No way, no wind was producing all of that. The sounds grew closer, grew louder. I grabbed my wife's hands as we both stared desperately ahead. Through the flurry, we barely made out something, a large, dark shape reflecting our lights, or maybe piercing the darkness with lights of its own. Kolya swore and swerved to the side. We were passing another car stuck in the snow. Its blinkers flashed. "Stop," Lana said, sudden and harsh. "What?" Kolya asked in Russian. "You insane?" "Stop," my wife repeated. "On the ice road you help. That's the rule, remember?" Kolya gave her a long, hard look that I didn't like at all. "That's the rule on the road," he echoed, and hit the brakes, slowing the car without actually stopping. I opened the door and peered outside. The driver of the stuck vehicle was already running towards us. I recognized the car itself as the Subaru that passed us earlier. "Thank God you people were," the driver began. "Get in, idiot," Kolya shouted, and the guy shut up and jumped in. He was just a kid, no older than 20, with dark red hair and a patchy little beard. He looked cold and terrified. "Thank God," he repeated in a hushed whisper. "I was sure they'd get me." "They?" I asked, confused. Kolya and Lana turned to look at the kid in unison, and their looks could kill. I mean the wind and snow," the kid corrected quickly. I had a sudden abrupt feeling that it was too late for that, even as I still had no clue what was going on. We drove on, and the interplay of howls and shrieks outside the car became unbearable in the silence. "What's your name, dude?" I asked him in my best Russian. He blinked. Sergei Molchanov. My parents are... Anyway, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't have been driving, but I wanted to make it to my girlfriend's birthday, and... "Both of you shut up," my wife barked, and we did. Immediately I noticed the change in surrounding sounds. They were much louder now. The highest pitch shrieks rang in my ears. The low, insistent howling seemed to surround the car, and every now and then, something that sounded like an actual roar cut through the night. The car picked up the pace. I looked at Kolya and realized he was absolutely flooring the gas pedal. Poor visibility be damned. His truck was lurching along as fast as it could manage in the conditions, and yet the encroaching racket made it obvious we were nowhere near fast enough. Then the car hit something. We were all jerked forward as the truck came to a staggering halt. I hit my temple hard on the back of my wife's seat. "What was that?" I groaned. "Must have hit a chunk of ice or something." Lana's voice sounded strangely muffled. I remember focusing on her lips and how pale and thin they looked. The dull, resounding pain in my head exploded into something hot and overwhelming, and I collapsed into the back seat. "He's passed out!" Sergei called out. I wanted to correct him, but my voice wouldn't obey me. My lids seemed to weigh a ton each. I could barely open my eyes enough to see the trio of Russians huddled together, the car's flickering light illuminating their pale faces. "What now?" Sergei asked nervously. "Well, let's see. I don't think I would have been able to understand complex Russian in that state if it wasn't my Lana speaking, her voice so familiar down to every inflection. Why don't you go out and check what we hit, and if we can clear it out somehow?" "What? We helped you, didn't we?" In the car's light, Lana's green eyes seemed very blue. "So why don't you help us back? After all, on the ice road you help each other. That's the rule." Kolya grumbled in agreement. Then he reached over and pulled out a rifle and aimed it at the boy. Sergei whimpered, "You know they're out there." "Well," Lana's voice was impeccably calm, cold. "I guess you'd better not speak about them out loud then. Better not even think about them, really." My eyes closed against my will. I heard a door swing open and a rush of cold air. Finally, I passed out for real, and in my unconsciousness I dreamed of horrified screaming and a single terrible roar that filled the night. I came to during the day on a couch of some local family that agreed to house us for a bit of cash. My wife fussed over me. Once she was sure I was conscious and lucid, she rushed me into the car saying we could do the rest of the drive by day, and an actual doctor could look at me in her hometown. I settled in the back seat of the car. Vague memories haunted me. "Where's the kid? Sergei?" "What kid, darling?" Lana asked in sincere surprise. "There was no kid. We traveled alone," Kolya added in Russian. And I wondered how he knew what I was asking about, or that I'd understand his answer. But aloud I could only say, "This young red-headed guy." "Sweetie, I'm getting really worried. You must have hit your head harder than I thought. We got to get you checked out as soon as we get back to the States. Maybe even a good checkup in Moscow." I didn't really know what to say after that. We made it the rest of the way uneventfully. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law had slipped into unconsciousness before we even set out for our drive, and she passed away several hours after our arrival. Lana didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. She is absolutely devastated right now, so I'm trying my best to focus on comforting her. We're staying here until the funeral, and I can't stay. I'm looking forward to the ride back. My father-in-law graciously gifted me a proper Russian winter coat, so I went ahead and packed my American camel coat that proved terribly insufficient for the weather. As I was folding it, I noticed a few curly red hairs stuck to the light beige fabric, and I felt so cold. The library books. The shelving cart's wheels squeaked with each rotation, echoing through the empty stacks of Wallace University Library. At 11:45 p.m., I was the only soul left in the building, save for the security guard who occasionally made his rounds. My student job as a late-night library assistant wasn't glamorous, but the solitude suited me. Plus, the quiet hours gave me time to work on my thesis between reshelving books and maintaining the catalog system. Tonight was different, though. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. Maybe it was the approaching storm. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, growing closer with each passing minute. Or maybe it was because I'd ventured into the library's oldest section, a maze of towering shelves in the basement level that hardly anyone visited anymore. The basement housed the university's special collections and archives, dating back to the institution's founding in 1873. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating strange shadows that danced across the spines of leather-bound volumes. My cart's squeaking wheels seemed louder down here, bouncing off the concrete walls in an unsettling rhythm. I checked my tablet, reviewing the list of books that needed reshelving. According to the system, there were 3 volumes that belonged in section H7, deep in the archives. As I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle, the metal shelves loomed over me like silent sentinels. The air grew noticeably colder, and I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. That's when I noticed something odd. The books in this section didn't follow the library's standard cataloging system. Instead of the usual call numbers, These volumes had dates etched into their spines in fading gold leaf, 1923, 1947, 1952, and so on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled one from the shelf, a dark red leather-bound book dated 1968. The moment my fingers touched the cover, a chill ran down my spine. The leather felt wrong somehow, too soft, too supple, as if it were still alive. I opened it carefully and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a book, it was a biography. The title page read, Margaret Ann Sullivan, 1950-1968, student of Wallace University. My hands trembling slightly, I began to read. The book contained every detail of Margaret's life, from her childhood in rural Maine to her acceptance at Wallace University as a promising art student. Photos were interspersed throughout the text. Margaret as a toddler at her high school graduation in her dorm room. The final entry was dated October 15, 1968. Margaret leaves the library at 11:52 p.m. after a late-night study session. She is never seen again. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, but as I looked along the shelf, I realized there were dozens more just like it. Each volume chronicled the life and disappearance of a Wallace University student. Some dated back to the 1800s, while others were more recent. The most disturbing part? None of these cases appeared in any official university records or local news archives that I could remember, despite my extensive research for my thesis on the university's history. Thunder crashed overhead, closer now, and the lights flickered ominously. I should have left right then, should have run upstairs and never looked back, but something compelled me to keep pulling books from the shelf, reading fragments of lives that had vanished without a trace. James Cooper, 1892, Elizabeth Chen, 1934, Michael Rodriguez, 2001. Each story ended the same way, with a late-night visit to the library, followed by disappearance. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the next book I grabbed. This one was newer, its leather cover still glossy and unmarked by time. The date on the spine read 2022. As I opened it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. It was me. The biography began with my birth in Seattle, Washington, on April 12, 2000. It detailed my parents' divorce when I was 7, my struggle with anxiety in high school, my acceptance to Wallace University on a full academic scholarship. Every major moment of my life was documented in precise detail, things no one else could possibly know. My first panic attack in 3rd grade, the time I shoplifted a candy bar when I was 12 and never told anyone, the real reason I broke up with my high school boyfriend. The last dated entry was from yesterday. I read about myself working the late shift at the library, just as I had done countless times before. But after that, the remaining pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I checked my phone with trembling fingers. 11:47 p.m., the same time most of the other students had vanished. Panic clawed at my throat as I shoved the book back onto the shelf. I had to get out of here, had to tell someone about what I'd found. But as I turned to leave, my cart's wheel caught on something, a loose tile in the floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the shelves. The impact sent several books tumbling to the ground, their pages splaying open like broken wings. As I bent to pick them up, something caught my eye. The blank pages in my biography were no longer empty. New words had appeared, written in a flowing script that was still wet with dark ink. Emma discovers the collection at 11:45 p.m. Her hands shake as she reads her own biography, refusing to believe what she sees. At 11:47 p.m., she attempts to leave but trips on a loose tile. As she kneels to collect the fallen books, she notices new words appearing on her previously blank pages. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, was writing my story in real time. I abandoned the fallen books and ran for the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stacks. But when I reached the stairwell, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal handle cold against my sweating palms. It was locked. Impossible. These doors couldn't be locked. It was a fire code violation. I grabbed my phone to call campus security, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the basement, surrounded by feet of concrete and decades of secrets. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and then, with a sharp crack, went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard something that made my heart stop. The soft whisper of pages turning. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like dozens of invisible hands leafing through dozens of invisible books. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rustling that reminded me of dry autumn leaves skittering across pavement. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow aisle where I'd found my biography. The books were moving. Their covers were opening and closing on their own, pages fluttering as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. And in the gaps between the volumes, I saw something that defied explanation. Faces pressed against the spaces where books had been removed. Dozens of faces, their features distorted, as if viewed through murky water. I recognized them from the photographs in the biographies. Margaret Sullivan's artistic eyes, now hollow and dark. James Cooper's distinguished mustache, now twisted in a grotesque grimace. Elizabeth Chen's beautiful smile now stretched too wide across her face. They were all there, watching me with hungry expressions that spoke of decades spent in the darkness between pages. The rustling grew louder, and I saw hands beginning to emerge from between the books, pale, grasping things with elongated fingers and too many joints. They reached for me with desperate urgency, and I could hear voices now, whispering in a cacophony of different accents and eras. Stay with us. Help us complete our stories. We've been so lonely. Join our collection. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, deeper into the maze of shelves because the stairs were blocked. My phone's flashlight beam bounced wildly off the metal shelves, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. Behind me, I could hear the sound of dozens of footsteps, some in heavy boots, others in delicate heels, all pursuing me with relentless determination. The voices grew louder, closer. They were calling my name now, using details from my biography to try to draw me in. They knew everything about me, my fears, my dreams, my deepest secrets. I took random turns, hoping to lose them in the labyrinth of books, but they seemed to know exactly where I was going. I rounded a corner and found myself in a dead end. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a wall of newer-looking books, their spines blank except for dates that hadn't happened yet. 2025, 2026, 2027, stretching decades into the future. Future collections. Future victims. The footsteps and whispers surrounded me now. I turned to face them, pressing my back against the shelf of future biographies. In the dim light of my phone, I could see them approaching. A crowd of figures wearing clothes from every decade of the past century and a half. Their faces were wrong, somehow both solid and transparent, like double-exposed photographs. Some of them flickered like bad television reception. Others moved with the jerky motion of old film reels. Margaret Sullivan was at the front of the crowd, her 1960s dress stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been something worse. She held my biography in her hands, its pages still blank from the current moment forward. "Your story isn't complete," she said, her voice crackling like ancient paper. "None of our stories are complete, but you can help us finish them. All of us, together forever," adding to the collection. "I don't want to be part of your story," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to write my own." Margaret smiled, and her teeth were sharp and dark, like rows of fountain pen nibs. "But don't you see? You already are part of it. You always have been. From the moment you first stepped into this library as a freshman, your biography began writing itself, just like ours did." The other figures pressed closer, their hands reaching for me. I could see the similarities in their faces now, not in their features, but in their expressions. They all shared the same desperate hunger, the same longing for completion. They had all been students once, drawn to the knowledge contained in these shelves, only to become part of a different kind of collection entirely. "Time works differently here," Elizabeth Chen whispered, her voice like crackling vellum. "In here, we're always in the moment of discovery, always reading our stories for the first time, always trying to change the ending. But the ending never changes," James Cooper added, his antiquated diction carrying the weight of decades. "Not until we find someone new to join us, someone to add their story to ours." They were almost upon me now. I could feel the cold emanating from their bodies, smell the musty odor of old books and dried ink. My phone's flashlight began to flicker, its battery dying at the worst possible moment. In the strobing light, I saw Margaret raise my biography, its pages now glowing with the same sickly luminescence as her skin. "It's time to complete your chapter," she said. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt their hands on me, cold, paper-dry fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, my throat. They were pulling me forward, and I could feel myself beginning to change. My skin was becoming like paper, my blood turning to ink, my thoughts reorganizing themselves into neat paragraphs and chapters. But then I heard something that made everyone freeze. The distinct beep of a keycard reader, followed by the heavy door at the top of the stairs opening. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by voices. "Emma, are you down here? Your car's still in the parking lot." It was Carlos, the security guard, probably making his final rounds before midnight. The figures holding me hissed like pages caught in a draft, their grips loosening slightly. I took my chance and kicked out hard, feeling their paper-thin forms tear apart around me. I ran toward the flashlight beams, toward reality and solidity and life. "I'm here!" I screamed. "Help me!" Behind me, I heard the sound of books slamming shut, of pages rushing back into place, of stories retreating into their bindings. The figures were dissolving, returning to their shelf-bound prison as the light of the real world intruded on their domain. I burst out of the stacks just as Carlos reached the bottom of the stairs. He caught me as I stumbled, his solid warmth a sharp contrast to the cold, papery touches I'd just escaped. "Whoa, easy there. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him everything, about the biographies, the faces in the shelves, the hands reaching out from between books. But when I looked back, the section where I'd found the collection was just another dark aisle of normal-looking books. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As Carlos led me up the stairs, I glanced down at my hands. There, in the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, I could see that my skin had a different texture now. If you looked closely, very closely, you could see that it was crossed with faint lines, like pages in a book. I quit my job at the library that night, switched to remote classes for the rest of the semester, but I can't escape the feeling that my story isn't over. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the whisper of turning pages. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in mirrors or windows. Margaret, Elizabeth, James, all watching me with their hungry, patient expressions. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, I see my features beginning to blur, like words losing their clarity on an aging page. Because the truth is, you can't escape a story once you've become part of it. You can only hope to control the ending. My roommate and the Cat in the Hat costume. It was the 1st of November, and he was still wearing it. Our party was on the 29th of October, and it was funny then. Hell, even on the 30th, it still made me laugh when I saw him occasionally creep out of his room to stock up on snacks from the kitchen. When I left the house for my 9 a.m. class on the 31st, and he was sitting in the kitchen with his Cat in the Hat costume still on, well, then I began to worry. John was quiet at the best of times, not too many friends, and I wasn't a stranger to sitting in silence at mealtimes. This was different, though. His unnerving smile was all I could really see of his face beneath the prosthetics and makeup. It didn't help that it was shitty homemade costume either. Visible stitching and discolored tufts of fur made it all the creepier. Our other flatmate had dropped out at the start of the semester, so it was just John and I for a long time. He wasn't an inherently weird guy before this either. Quiet, yes, but friendly enough. "Don't you have classes to go to?" I asked as I left for work on the 2nd. He silently shook his head, not looking up from the book he was reading. "Starting to get real fucking creepy round here, man," I muttered loud enough for him to hear as I shut the door behind me. "I like it," I heard John bark with venom from the driveway. It was the night of the 3rd, when I finally cracked and phoned his sister. The white patches of the suit were beginning to yellow, and there was an awful stench permeating around the house. She thought I was kidding at first, but after I explained in detail what had been going on the last few days, she went quiet. She assured me that he had been texting her regularly, as he usually did, but had never mentioned the costume. I'd known the guy for a little over a year by that point, but I really didn't know that much about him. His sister told me that he'd been obsessed with the Cat in the Hat movie after he'd seen it in the cinema when he was 8 or 9, but grew out of that phase pretty quickly. She assured me that she'd phone him and get to the bottom of whatever the hell was going on. It was the smell that woke me up. That's how pungent it was. "Don't meddle with my affairs," John said, standing in the doorway with a dim light behind him, which partially illuminated that fucking costume. "What the hell? Get out of here, you freak!" I shouted in a panicked daze. "Don't meddle with my affairs?" he said again. His tone was calm, but there was a definite aggression behind it. He lingered there for a few more seconds, a silent tension between us. It was one of the few times in my life I'd ever felt genuine terror as I gazed at that horrendous cat costume and my roommate beneath it. The next day in class, I was going through my options in my head. My other friends had recommended calling the cops, and that John was in need of some serious help. I didn't want to get him into some kind of trouble, though, maybe even sectioned. My choice was made for me when 2 police detectives pulled me out of the lecture. They sat me down in the cafeteria with stern looks upon their faces. My first thought was that John had killed himself. I don't know why, but that made the most sense to me. I was dead wrong. "Why didn't you report that he was missing? Did you not find it odd for him not to come?" One quizzed me. He isn't missing? He should be there right now, probably still wearing that stupid costume. A dog walker had discovered John's naked body in the bushes not far from my house, The police reckoned he'd been dead since the night of the 29th. They never found anyone in the house during their search, only that tattered costume which had been neatly folded on top of my bed. Plot holes. The day I found my first hole was the day my best friend came back from the dead. We were in high school and stupid. Jake was his name, and we liked to go out to this old abandoned house in the woods after school to just screw around, do stupid teenage things. It was a pretty big place, to be honest. 2-story house with a basement, or 3 stories if you counted the small attic above it. The story is supposed to go that an old woman was building the house years and years ago in order to get away from the city life, but for some reason never finished it. Probably died. Anyway, the house was pretty close to completion when she stopped, but nobody bothered to finish it, and now it just sits there rotting away. So Jake and I would go to the house and just screw around, scaring each other or exploring the place. Whatever we felt like. Usually we were careful or lucky, but nothing ever happened to make us worry. Then the floorboards broke under Jake's feet when we were exploring the 2nd floor, and he fell. I never realized how bad the condition of the house must have been, because when he hit the 1st floor, that broke too, and he fell into the basement. I ran down and looked through the broken hole in the 1st floor. It was dark, but we usually had the foresight to bring flashlights. So I shined a light on him. I'll never forget what I saw. One of the boards or something must have fallen at just the right angle, that when Jake hit the ground it speared up right through his stomach. I could see him shift and try to grab at it, even hear him gurgle, and then he stopped. He was dead. I was sure of it. Our stupidity got him killed. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do, so I just ran. I ran out of the house and left him there. It was about evening when I got home, and I went straight to my room. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't stop for anything. I just wanted to curl up and try to forget that scene. My parents tried to talk to me, but I feigned sleep and they just went on. Later that night, we got a call from Jake's parents asking where he was. They actually woke me up for that one, and I said I had no idea. The usual, "Well, if you see him, please let us know," came afterward, and I just nodded before I went back to sleep. The next day was school, and I went through the morning ritual in a bit of a trance. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't stay home. I was pretty sure Jake's parents already suspected something of me. So I went. School was just like usual. People screwing around in the morning and talking. I went up to my normal group of friends that I hung out with before the first bell rang, and my heart stopped. There was Jake. He stood there just laughing and being his normal self. When he saw me, he looked over and grinned before coming over. He made a joke, but I didn't hear it. I just continued to stare. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, starting to get concerned. Are you okay?" was all I could muster back. "Well, yeah, why wouldn't I be?" He laughed a bit but gave me a weird look. You don't know anything?" I tried to phrase it as delicately as possible. I didn't want anyone else knowing, but I figured that was enough to clue him in. If it did, he didn't show it. "Know anything of what?" he responded, and then the bell rang. He said bye and gave me a weird look before heading off to class. I just stared after in shock. Why was my friend here? I saw him die. At the very least, he should be in the hospital, but he was fine. I went to class, but I couldn't concentrate. I just kept thinking about Jake and how he should be dead. I kept trying to think of how he could have survived, but I just couldn't fill this strange hole of a mystery. After class, I decided I'd check out the house. Jake met me after school and asked if I still wanted to hang out. I told him I wasn't feeling well and we'd catch up tomorrow. He seemed to accept that and move off. It's not like I wasn't excited my friend was back, but looking at him made something in me cringe. He shouldn't be alive. He should not be here. I saw him. So I went to the house that afternoon alone. When I walked in, I could feel something. It was strange but familiar. It was the same feeling I got when I looked at Jake, that something wasn't right and it was just off. However, here it felt like a lingering feeling, not this fresh, "What the hell?" I got when I saw my friend. I stepped forward and looked down. Sure enough, there was the damn hole he fell through. I let out a sigh of relief and bent over. So I wasn't crazy. I slipped out my usual flashlight and shone it down into the hole. Yes, There was the wreck I saw him land on. Just, dude, no, Jake. Did he get free? Did he magically regenerate or something? I shone my flashlight up to look toward the hole in the second floor. It wasn't there. My breath caught in my throat and I began to frantically shine my light onto the ceiling. Where was it? I should be right above the damn hole in the floor. But nothing. I bolted up the stairs and sure enough, there was nothing in the floor where he fell. Nothing. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I wandered back down to the first hole and peeked down into it. I'm sure that was the moment that solidified my fate. If I had just ignored it, moved on, and been plain happy that my friend was back, I might have been able to continue life as usual. But that moment, I saw something. Just a flash of something black, blacker than the darkness beyond my flashlight's range shift and fly out of sight. I gasped and stumbled back, breathing heavily. I know I should have run, but my curiosity took hold, and my logical side said it was just some animal or trick of the light. So I swallowed my fear and I leaned over to peek again. I didn't see that flash of black again, but I did notice something. The boards and wreckage underneath the hole were gone. With that note, I knew something was wrong. Nobody can clean up something like that mess in the blink of an eye. I bolted. I ran out of that house and through the forest, swearing up and down that something was chasing me. I had a feeling that there was something out there. But now I know it was simply watching me. For now I ran home and slammed the door shut behind me before I leapt into my bed. My body curled up and I just lay there, trying to comprehend what was going on. It took me a while, but I finally drew myself out of bed. I had to figure out what was going on, but like hell I was going back to that damn house. Not if some monster was in it. So I did what any teenager would do. I went to the internet and researched. It was slow and I didn't have a lot of luck at first. Looking up paranormal just got me weird pictures and stories. Friend Comes Back from Dead got me a lot of zombie stuff. Missing Time seemed to get me a little more info. A lot of it was around aliens, but a few stories seemed to pique my interest. Like something crazy seeming to happen, like a car crash or accident. And suddenly there's a time jump and things seem to be okay. Like nothing ever happened. There was one post on a missing time board that seemed to draw my attention, however. It was titled Plot Holes, and was only posted a couple of days ago. I curiously clicked it. Everyone seemed to speculate what caused this whole missing time thing. A lot of the time it was aliens or dimensional, whatever. This guy, however, acted like he knew for a fact, and his reason was the most bizarre of them all. He started by telling a similar story. In a nutshell, his wife was killed in a household accident when part of their house caved in during a storm. While trying to get to her, he was knocked out by some other debris. When he came to, he was sitting in the living room and his wife was trying to wake him up. The house was fine, with no sign of disaster, and she was alive. He was ecstatic, but described a strange feeling, like he had figured out something he shouldn't have, and that his wife shouldn't be there. Like my feeling I got with Jake. Over time, he couldn't be around her. It just was too strange. So he left. He went on the road, taking what money he had and doing weird little jobs here and there while staying in motels. While he went, he began to research. It took a great amount of time, but he found others with similar experiences. Most of them just described it as a miracle and moved on with their lives. Others couldn't shake the feeling, like he did. All of them described the same sort of thing. Some event should have caused something to happen, a person to die or some landmark to be destroyed, only to have it miraculously come back later. So what was going on? The author was at a standstill until he came across something. While researching people who shouldn't be alive, he came across a book review. Apparently, it was the latest book in the series, and, in it, a side character saves the day by fighting off a bunch of enemies for the heroes. However, in the previous book, by a different author, that character had been killed. So, this character couldn't have come back to save the day, but if he didn't, the main characters would have died. The reviewer said it was one of the worst plot holes he'd ever seen. That got the forum author and me thinking. He said he'd post again after he experimented a bit, and I didn't blame him. I had a few things I wanted to experiment with as well. Nevertheless, I dropped him a message saying I read his post and that something similar happened to me. Then called it a night early. I had to be extremely alert if I was going to try to look for the signs I wanted to find. The next morning, I woke up and started my first attempt at looking for plot holes. I know how crazy that sounded, but something seemed to click after reading that review. Someone should have died. But that was ignored so he could do something of significance later. It sounded so familiar. The first few days, I didn't notice anything, except for that weird feeling around Jake. Nobody else seemed to have it. The third day was when I noticed my first plot hole. It was minor. The most minor of details, but it was there. One of the girls in my class went from wearing a skirt to a set of jeans between periods. I know how that seems to make me look, but I'll admit it, the skirt was why I noticed. But to change into a pair of jeans within 7 minutes while walking across campus to another class? That doesn't make sense. I guessed it was possible, but it didn't make sense. It was like a costume got wrong during a scene change. After that, it went all downhill. I kept seeing changes everywhere. A sign would be black in the morning, but light green later at night, or a friend would go from wearing a sweater to a t-shirt when I looked away from a moment. You'd think that people would notice these changes, but nobody did. Maybe it was the strange feeling that I got of something being off after the accident with Jake, or perhaps you just had to be looking for them. But as I kept looking, they were everywhere. It was about a week and a half before I got a response back from the plot hole's author. He introduced himself as Dennis and apologized for being late to respond. His reason why? He had gotten caught up in observing plot holes. He was noticing the same thing I was. This is the first time I've ever actually spoken to this guy, but the changes he described matched mine to a T. Except for one thing. After noticing a misspelled sign above a store late at night, he turned away for a moment to look back and saw a shadowy black figure floating by it. It was hazy, like looking at the figure through a fog that just wasn't there, but after the being floated away, the spelling error was gone. A shiver went down my spine. That seemed too close to whatever I might have glimpsed at the house. I hadn't seen it full on yet, but then now I knew what I was looking for. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't long before I began to see them. You had to look at just the right moment, I found out, when it seemed like nobody was watching or paying attention to that little error you just noticed. Then you could make it out. A shadowy haze of a being, seeming to be dressed in a long black robe with a hood, messing with it until it changed. I saw one fade my friend's t-shirt into a jacket/shirt set on a cold day in class. And I saw another change an entire stack of books at the library into a completely different set before they were picked up by a student. Nobody noticed them, just like the holes. It was like you had to be on that wavelength to notice. I'd been conversing with Dennis a bit online and he agreed with that idea. It seemed that you had to notice one to start seeing the others. If you could brush it off, then your life would go on. But if you were the curious sort, then you were like the two of us. You'd just keep seeing them all the time. I was starting to go crazy. I couldn't say anything to anyone, and Jake kept bothering me about why we never hung out anymore. I just couldn't look at him. He wasn't natural, but I realized it wasn't him. It was those things that brought him back. Maybe he had some destiny or something, but I had no idea. Things took another turn when I was having a Skype conversation with Dennis. He asked if they noticed me yet. I told him no, and then he got quiet for a long time. After some bugging, he finally responded and told me one of his friends that was helping him look into this occurrence was gone. Nobody even seemed to remember his existence. When he went over to his friend's house, Dennis found it relatively neat, save for a few items strewn about. As he explored, the belongings that were out of place began to find themselves back in their positions. Dennis was sure that it was one of those creatures behind it, and he confirmed his suspicions when he saw one putting back a book that had been thrown on the floor, and then turn and look at him. The two stared for a long time, the creature gazing onto Dennis while he looked into a blank nothingness that was its face, the dark hood covering whatever might have lurked underneath. And then it left. It turned and seemed to float away right through one of the walls. That seemed to be the last thing out of place then. The house looked like nothing had ever happened in it. Then Dennis began to notice something else. There were no pictures or objects identifying an owner. Unless you were that much of a hermit, you had, at least, an old family picture of some parents or something. Or maybe some mail with your name on it. But nothing. It was like nobody had ever lived in this fully furnished home. At this point, I began to worry. Dennis's friend had gone missing, and nobody knew of his existence. I started putting the pieces together then. If these creatures could bring someone back from the dead, they could easily get rid of someone, right? This meant I was in danger. After that, I stopped. I was out. I ignored Dennis's messages. I tried to ignore all the holes I constantly noticed. I did my best to ignore those shadow creatures when I caught them. I even tried to hang back out with Jake. But every time we hung together, it was like I was looking at the face of a lie. And looking at him just made me think of those creatures. I imagined one pulling him up from that debris, slipping that board through and out his body, knitting up his wounds like nothing happened. I did my best to look past it all. Dennis was hard to ignore, however. He just kept tracking me down. I'd block him from my email and messengers, but he'd start making new accounts to send me more messages. And he seemed to be sending more and more as the days went on. Finally, one day, I received an email from a new account that clearly was Dennis. I was about to delete it and block him again, but the subject chilled me to the bone. They're after me. Get on Skype. I need help. I didn't know what to do. If Dennis was in trouble from these things, then I had to help. I couldn't just leave him, but after him, they might turn their sights on me. I had to help. I wasn't going to just leave him hanging, especially if he was in danger. I logged onto Skype, added his new account, and immediately got a video chat request. Dennis was in his apartment with the lights off, and he looked terrified. "What's going on?" I asked as I leaned in. "They've been following me around." He spoke, his voice an exasperated whisper. "More and more of them keep coming around, and not just to fill in the holes. They're watching me." "Are you sure?" In response, he lifts up his laptop and carried it out to what looked to be the kitchen. He set it down in front of a window and drew back the curtain. I couldn't make it out anything until he turned on the light. My heart stopped. I'd only seen one of them at a time, maybe even two if something was a particularly big change. But there were at least 3 or 4 behind that window, just staring in with those empty, hooded faces. He quickly flicked off the light and turned the laptop back toward him. "Do you see? I don't know what to do. I don't want to end up like Jerry. Tell me what to do." He was getting more and more anxious. I had no idea what to tell him. I didn't know what these things were. I didn't know what they wanted, or how to stop them. I opened my mouth but couldn't form the words that he needed to hear. And as I stammered to find out what to say, I saw them slip into the background behind him, through a freaking wall, with a cabinet. "Dennis," I yelled, "behind you." He turned just as the first approached. God, there were a bunch slipping in now. 3, then 4, then 5. He never stood a chance. The first reached forward with an inky arm and shoved it straight through his chest. There wasn't any blood, or even a sound safe for Dennis's terrified scream. He began to writhe, grasping at his chest as the creature held him there by, I don't even know what, his spine, his heart, hell, it could have been his very soul for all I know. Then the others were on top of him. They fell onto him like a dark dog pile, consuming him in their dark presences. I couldn't scream. I couldn't look away. I just watched as he faded from view as those creatures piled onto him. Then slowly, ever so slowly, they backed away. Dennis was gone. I bit back tears as I saw the empty space he had been in. I knew what had happened. He was gone, erased. Nobody would even remember him. He was a hole that had to be filled in and taken care of. Then their attention turned to the computer, to me. My eyes widened as realization hit me. I was another hole. I was an issue in their grand scheme, a thorn that had to be plucked, a part that drew attention to the inaccuracies of this world they were trying to design. And I had to be taken care of. I didn't even bother to turn off the computer. I just stood and turned only to find myself face to face with a horde of them, in my own house, in my own room. My back went to my desk as one shadowy shade glided to me. Its arm rose, and I could almost make out the tendrils of its foggy black cloak and the individual digits of its dark fingers. I couldn't move. I was frozen. And then it struck. I didn't physically feel the hand shove into my chest, but I felt it somewhere deeper, like it was grabbing an intimate part of my being. I felt violated, exposed, and most of all, completely terrified. I screamed as it began to squeeze. It hurt. It hurt so fucking much. My vision blurred, but I could see the others move around me. They filled in a circle around my body, regardless if there was something in their way or not. They just glided through like those things weren't there. And then they fell upon me. Black hit me from every side. I screamed, but no sound came out. I could feel that hand wrenching back, pulling something so personal to me away. My body felt limp then. I started to feel nothing. It inched along my limbs, slowly turning feeling of cold, pain, terror into absolute nothing. I could only describe it as a feeling of being erased. There was feeling, strong feeling, and then nothing. It slowly inched along, riding up along my arms and legs until it consumed my whole being. The pain faded along with it, along with the sounds of the world and my vision before me. Soon, nothing was before me but pure blackness. I was gone. I knew it. I was dead. Or worse, I didn't exist any longer. Stretched out before me was nothing but darkness. I tried to call out into the void to claw my way forward, but I couldn't move a limb. More like, though, I didn't have a limb to move or a mouth to yell. I was just an essence, a leftover floating in an endless void of nothing. I'm still there, in pure nothingness. I can't move, or I don't think I have anything left to move. It's gone. Every part of me is gone. I wonder what happens now. I wonder what Jake's destiny was. I also began to wonder if this was death or something worse. A punishment for sticking my nose in places it shouldn't be. Is this death or pure erasure? I'm sure Dennis is feeling the same things I'm feeling. I can almost imagine him too, floating in the same void. Maybe one day we'll meet each other. It's a hope that I try to keep alive. It keeps me sane that I might one day not be alone here. That's the end of my story. I wish it was better. I wish I could say I fought back and saved myself. At least that I was on the run. But some plots don't have happy endings. However, I'm sure I've left you wondering one final thing. If I'm dead or erased, then how could I have written this? Well, my poor friend, you've just discovered your first plot hole. Be wary if you see any more. The Man at 3 a.m. There's something about working the graveyard shift that changes you. The world feels different at 3 a.m., like reality itself has grown thin and brittle. The fluorescent lights cast everything in an artificial glow that makes even the most mundane objects seem somehow wrong. I've worked the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now, and I've grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the hours between midnight and dawn. Or at least, I thought I had. The regulars help make it bearable. Every night shift worker knows them. The insomniacs, the truckers, the night owls who treat 3 a.m. like it's the middle of the afternoon. You develop a rapport with them, learn their stories, their habits, their usual orders. They become familiar fixtures in your upside-down world. That's how it was with Earl. I remember the first time he came in, exactly 3 months after I started working nights. The bell above the door chimed at precisely 3 a.m., and he shuffled in wearing an old brown tweed jacket that had seen better days. His weathered face was kind, with crow's feet around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. He looked to be in his mid-70s, with wispy white hair and arthritis-gnarled hands that trembled slightly as he lowered himself into booth 7. "Coffee, black," he said, when I approached with my pad, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." That was Earl, always looking for conversation. He became my most reliable regular, appearing every single night at exactly 3 a.m., ordering the same black coffee, and chatting with me until sunrise started to paint the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold. He told me about his life, how he'd worked as a high school history teacher for 40 years before retiring. He spoke about his late wife, Margaret, with such tenderness, it made my heart ache. They'd never had children, but he'd touched countless lives through his teaching. Sometimes he'd share stories about his students, his eyes lighting up as he recalled particularly memorable moments from his career. I found myself looking forward to his visits. On slow nights, and most nights were slow, we'd talk for hours. He asked about my own life with genuine interest, offering gentle advice when I mentioned my struggles with college classes or family drama. He reminded me of the grandfather I'd never known. "Life's too short to waste it being unhappy," he'd often say, wrapping his gnarled fingers around his coffee cup. "You've got to grab onto the good moments when they come along." This went on for nearly 3 years. Earl became as much a part of my nightly routine as brewing fresh coffee and wiping down tables. Even on my worst nights, his presence was comforting, reliable as the sunrise. Until last week. It was a particularly dead night, even by graveyard shift standards. A storm had rolled in around midnight, driving away even our usual handful of customers. The rain drummed against the windows, and thunder occasionally rattled the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead. I just finished refilling the sugar dispensers when the bell chimed. I looked up, expecting to see Earl's familiar silhouette. Instead, a middle-aged woman hurried in, shaking water from her umbrella. She looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. "Terrible night to be out," she said, settling into booth 4. "Could I get a coffee and a slice of apple pie?" I brought her order, and she asked if I could sit for a moment. The diner was empty, so I slid into the booth across from her. "I used to come here with my father when I was young," she said, stirring cream into her coffee. "Back in the 80s. He loved this place. Said it reminded him of the diners he'd gone to in his youth. We'd come every Sunday after church." She glanced around the dining room, her expression nostalgic. "It hasn't changed much." "We get a lot of regulars," I said. "Some have been coming here for decades." She nodded, then reached into her purse and pulled out what looked like an old newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. "That's actually why I'm here. I saw something online about this place and it reminded me of this article. I thought the current owners might want it for their wall of memorabilia." She slid the paper across the table. It was a local newspaper article dated March 15th, 1993. The headline read, "Local Educator Remembered Fondly." Below it was a photo that made my blood run cold. It was Earl. The article detailed the passing of Earl Henderson, beloved history teacher at Lincoln High School, who had died of a heart attack while having his nightly coffee at Pete's All-Night Diner in Booth 7 at 3 a.m. 30 years ago. My hands started shaking as I read the article. The description was unmistakable: the tweed jacket, the gentle demeanor, his 40-year teaching career. They'd even interviewed his former students who spoke about his kindness and dedication to teaching. One mentioned how he'd lost his wife Margaret to cancer a few years prior. "Are you all right, dear? You've gone pale." I couldn't speak. My eyes darted to booth 7 where Earl should have been sitting at that very moment. It was empty, the vinyl seats gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. "That's impossible," I finally managed to whisper. "Earl comes in every night. He's been coming in for 3 years. I just talked to him yesterday." The woman's expression shifted from concern to something else. Fear, pity. "Earl Henderson was my father's favorite teacher," she said quietly. "Dad used to bring me here because this was where Mr. Henderson had his heart attack. Said he wanted me to know about the man who'd inspired him to become a teacher himself." She paused, studying my face. "That was 30 years ago. I was 12. I pushed the article back toward her, my hands trembling so badly I nearly knocked over her coffee. "This is some kind of joke. It has to be. Earl is real. He's as real as you are." But even as I said it, details began clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. How Earl never ordered food, only coffee. How no other customers ever seemed to notice or interact with him. How he appeared and disappeared so precisely at 3 a.m., never varying by even a minute. How the coffee in his cup never seemed to diminish, no matter how long he sat there. The woman left shortly after, leaving the article behind despite my protests. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When 3 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at booth 7, hardly daring to breathe. The bell chimed. Earl shuffled in, wearing his familiar brown tweed jacket. He smiled at me, crow's feet crinkling around his eyes, and settled into booth 7. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." I stood frozen behind the counter, the newspaper article burning a hole in my apron pocket. Earl's smile faltered slightly. "Everything all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." That was 2 weeks ago. I've been working every night since then, watching Earl appear and disappear like clockwork. Sometimes I convince myself the article was a hoax, that the woman was playing some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know the truth. The thing is, I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Earl is still Earl, still kind, still interested in my life, still offering gentle wisdom and companionship through the long, dark hours of the night shift. But now I notice things I didn't before. How the temperature drops slightly when he's present. How his coffee cup never leaves rings on the table. How sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, his image seems to flicker like a bad TV signal. I've started doing research during my off hours. I learned that Earl Henderson really did teach history at Lincoln High from 1953 to 1993. His wife Margaret died of breast cancer in 1990. Former students described him as one of the most inspiring teachers they'd ever had. And yes, he died of a heart attack in booth 7 of Pete's All-Night Diner on March 15, 1993, at exactly 3 a.m. What the articles don't mention is that he's still there every night, ordering his coffee and dispensing wisdom to lonely night shift workers. Last night I finally worked up the courage to confront him. I walked up to booth 7 at 2:59 a.m., the newspaper article clutched in my hand. The bell chimed at 3 a.m. right on schedule, and Earl appeared in his usual spot. Before he could give his usual order, I placed the article on the table in front of him. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look at the article at all. Instead, he looked at me with those kind eyes, now filled with an ancient sadness that made my chest ache. "Sit down, dear," he said softly. "I suppose we should talk." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The vinyl seat was ice cold. "How long have you known?" I asked. "That I'm dead?" He smiled sadly. "Since the moment it happened, right here in this booth. One minute I was enjoying my coffee, thinking about the lesson plans for the next day, and the next..." He gestured vaguely. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Why are you here? Why can I see you? Why me?" Earl was quiet for a long moment, his gnarled fingers wrapped around his eternally full coffee cup. "Do you remember what I told you the first night we met? About why I became a teacher?" I nodded. "You said you wanted to help guide young people through the confusing parts of life." "That's right. And that desire, that need to help, to guide, to listen, it didn't go away just because my heart gave out." He leaned forward slightly. "This diner, it's a special place, especially during the night shift. Reality is different at 3 a.m. the barriers between what is and what was become permeable. And sometimes, if someone needs guidance badly enough, but I don't, I protested. I mean, yes, the night shift can be lonely, but I'm fine. I'm not in any kind of trouble. Earl's expression turned grave. Aren't you? That's when the bottom dropped out of my world, because suddenly I remembered. I remembered the night 3 months before I first met Earl, the night I'd stood on the roof of my apartment building, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would miss me if I just stepped off. The night I'd decided to walk instead, ending up at Pete's all-night diner, asking if they were hiring. I remembered how close I'd been to giving up on college, on my dreams, on everything, until Earl started encouraging me, helping me see a future worth fighting for. I remembered all the nights I'd thought about relapsing, about calling my old dealer, about throwing away 3 years of sobriety, until Earl's steady presence and quiet wisdom helped me through the craving. "Oh," I whispered. "Sometimes," Earl said gently, "the people who say they're fine are the ones who need help the most. Sometimes they just need someone to listen, to care, to remind them that they matter." He smiled. "That's what teachers do after all, even dead ones. Are there others? Other ghosts?" "Here and there. We all have our purposes, our reasons for lingering. Some are malevolent, angry, stuck in patterns of hatred or revenge. But some of us," he shrugged, "some of us just want to help. Why are you telling me this now? Why let me know the truth?" "Because you're ready. You're stronger now than you were 3 years ago. You've built a life worth living. You don't need me anymore." He paused, then added, "And because there's someone else who needs me now." As if on cue, the bell above the door chimed. A young woman walked in, her eyes red from crying, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. "Will I ever see you again?" I asked. But when I turned back to booth 7, Earl was gone. The newspaper article sat alone on the table, and even that was beginning to yellow and curl at the edges, as if aging decades in minutes. The young woman settled into booth 4, staring blankly at the laminated menu. I watched as Earl materialized in the seat across from her, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." I understood then that my time with Earl was over. He had saved me when I needed saving, guided me when I needed guidance. Now it was someone else's turn. But the story doesn't end there. Because now I notice things I never noticed before. The way certain customers seem to flicker at the edges, like old film. The way some regulars never seem to interact with anyone but their chosen companion. The way the temperature fluctuates in specific booths at specific times. "Reality is different at 3 a.m., Earl had said. "The barriers become permeable." I've started keeping a journal, documenting the patterns. The woman in booth 12 who appears every Tuesday at 1:47 a.m., ordering tea she never drinks while listening to young mothers cry about their troubles. The elderly couple in booth 3 who materialize every Friday at 4:15 a.m., offering comfort to grieving widows and widowers. The young man at the counter who shows up at 2:22 a.m. on the 1st of every month, helping lost souls find their way home. They're all around us, these guardian ghosts, these spectral mentors. They find the people who need them most, who are crying out for help in ways too quiet for the living to hear. They listen, they guide, they save. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, or perhaps very desperate, they'll join you for coffee at 3 a.m. But here's the thing that truly terrifies me, the reason I can't sleep anymore, the truth that makes my hands shake as I write this. Last night, a young man came in looking lost and broken. Before Earl could appear, I found myself walking to his booth. I sat down across from him, feeling a strange chill settle over me. "Coffee, Black," I heard myself say, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." The words came naturally, as if I'd been saying them for decades. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and began to talk. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen my reflection in the diner's windows. I couldn't remember the last time another customer had spoken to me directly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt warm. I've been working the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now. Or maybe it's been 30. Maybe I never left that rooftop after all. Maybe I just found a different way to fall. The bell above the door chimes. It's 3 a.m. Time to get back to work. After all, someone out there needs a friendly ear. And the night shift is long, so very, very long. Footsteps. This is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. And so as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back to consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were 2 of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in 2 pieces on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once just to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that every now and then I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird, since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink, and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, and so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine, and as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours, but I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees. And I was paying close attention to where I stepped, because by that point, my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping and not enough to where those steps were leading. Because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually, things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt-clawed wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point, I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up, and get in bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner, and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain, where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her that didn't matter to me at that point, I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could, "Mom, help me, please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe, and then being physically pulled away from it, filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart. But it wasn't my mom. It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. "Let me go! Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the three of us went inside. "I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay, just don't ever do that again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it." A little laughter broke through my sobs, and I smiled a bit. "Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" "I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy, never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. "Miss Marnie's tea house. You're going to hell. Child of Satan, you'll burn in agony just like the Jews in towel heads. God will cast thee down into Gehenna. Burn, witch." That's how I used to begin my morning. Every morning. I live in the same little townhouse that my mother lived in, and her mother before her, and for as long as I can remember, we've lived next to Mrs. Thompson, who is perhaps the nastiest person I've ever met. Her voice has assaulted my ears since childhood. Either she was yelling at my mother or antagonizing me while I played outside. I don't know how she came to the conclusion that we're witches, but no matter how kind we were to her, her words were always the same. Die, burn in hell, Satan's spawn, witches, bitches. So, every morning I'd walk to my car amid her screeching and try to tune it out as I prepared for the day. After all, it's no good coming into work at a tea house when you're stressed. Your foul mood will poison the tea. At least, that's what my mother always told me. Just like our home, the tea house has been in my family for generations. It is always owned and managed by a woman, and we never take employees. They just aren't needed. Besides, it's hard to teach a newcomer the finer points of tea making. Me? I've been studying tea since I was a child, as my mother passed down her secrets to me. It's a wonderful job, a wonderful life, and I quite enjoy it. All except for Mrs. Thompson, of course. Every morning at the tea house was the same. I began by rinsing out the cast iron teapot and teacups. You can't use soap on them, and you can't wash the outside. You can only rinse them, and over time they'll take on the flavor of the teas you brew in them. Which is why I have a separate tea set for each kind of tea. Green, black, yellow, oolong, white, and herbal infusions. I'd set the metal teapots to brew hot water on the stove. You can't put cast iron on the stove either. While prepping the water, I'd select the teas I would feature that day. Of course, a customer can come in and request any kind of tea they like, but I always like to give my own recommendations. I would open the store at about 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'd spend the day serving tea. I had quite a few regular customers that enjoyed the healing properties of tea. People with stomach problems who liked the jade mint oolong, people with anxiety who preferred the chamomile blossom, people who simply enjoyed the traditional taste and brewing process of matcha. Well, one morning, someone new came into the tea house, someone I never expected to see. Jamie Thompson, Mrs. Thompson's grandson, who spent most of his time caring for the aging crony, was standing at the front of my tea house, watching me serve mango black tea to a few elderly tourists looking for something sweet and strong. "Miss Marnie, I see your tea house is doing well," he began. I noticed the elderly women staring at him in open appreciation. He was quite handsome, even I must admit, but I ignored him and went back to the tea preparation. Tea takes all of your attention, all of your heart. If you don't give it everything you've got, it will fail you because you've already failed yourself. Once the tea was prepared and the women were enjoying it iced, I stood up and approached the conspicuous newcomer. "Mr. Thompson, I take it. What can I do for you today?" Most of the time, I'd start by asking what a customer likes, what a customer needs, what ailments are troubling them. I like to help people. But I was wary of Jamie. Nothing good comes from a poison plant, after all. "Well, I'm actually here to get something for my grandmother. See, her mind is going. I read that tea is good for dementia, and I was wondering if you had any recommendations." It's true. Studies have shown that certain kinds of tea are good at preserving brain mass. But as of yet, nothing in modern medicine is miraculous enough to reverse dementia. Still, nature works in funny ways. I went behind the front counter to examine my selection of green teas. "You know, my grandmother, she probably wouldn't drink this if she knew you had prepared it." I grunted in assent, none too keen on continuing our conversation. Jamie didn't seem to notice my reticence, or perhaps he didn't care. "But I'm hoping that maybe this will help patch things up between you. I think she'd really like you if she got to know you. I've always found you fascinating." I selected some Jokro Imperial and turned to face him, appraising his expression. The light in his eyes told me that he was using his grandmother as a pretense to come see me. Oh. Ignoring his obvious interest, I prepared the tea leaves and rang up his purchase, explaining how they were best brewed and when to drink it for the best results. To his credit, he was very attentive, although he seemed more interested in my lips than the words coming out of them. "Well, thank you for this. I'll give it to my grandmother and come back to tell you the results." "You needn't bother," I retorted, anxious to get him out of my store. But he smiled in return, not a bit perturbed by my attitude. "Oh, you can't get rid of me that easily, Miss Marnie. I'll be back." With that, he turned and strode out of the store, the tourists still gawking at his tall, muscular frame. That was the start of all the trouble. Since that day, Jamie started coming in regularly, always asking for my recommendations, always claiming that my tea helped his grandmother heal. I sincerely doubted that, but I didn't bother correcting his ignorance. After all, it was just a facade. At the close of each purchase, he would ask me the exact same question. "So do you have any plans for the night?" Most of the time, I declined to answer. I had to admit he was patient and persistent. He never missed a day. He was also sweet, in his own way. He handed out compliments like candy, but only ever to me. Sometimes he brought in flowers, although I couldn't keep them in the store. The scent would taint the tea. He brought me sweets on occasion. It was really getting on my nerves. Finally, one day, he didn't immediately ask me out. Instead, he presented me with an opportunity, one that was too good to pass up. "Honestly, Marnie, I'll do anything you want to just have one date. What do I have to do?" "You can't afford a date with me," I assured, although the wheels in my head were already turning. "Money isn't an object. Living next to my grandma all these years, you have to know my family is loaded." He flashed me his patented, arrogant grin that somehow managed to hold a certain magnetic charm. "Name it, and I'll do it. I'll make you understand how serious I am." He seemed serious, and I thought maybe, just maybe, he could be the one I'd been searching for. And if he was, I'd never dared dream. I grabbed out a post-it note and began scribbling the details on it as I told him what I wanted more than anything in the world. There is a tea grown in the Fujian province of China called Da Hong Pao, or Big Red Robe. It grows so high on the mountains that only a few select tea masters are able to pick it. However, what many people don't know is that there are two strains of Da Hong Pao, the kind that is sold to the public, and a rarer kind that is used in medicine and religious rituals. I glanced into his eyes, but they remained impassive. I dared to finish, "I want you to get it for me." He smirked, as though he was amused by my reticence. "No problem. Is it expensive?" I paused to consider that question. The tea itself? No. If you tell them you need it, if you tell them I need it, they'll give it to you. Only you have to fly to China and get it yourself. They won't send it to you. You won't be able to find a trace of them outside of their own little province. They're cut off from the world, and that's what makes their tea so special. Jamie paused as if to consider this, making a very serious face and stroking his chin. Finally, he winked at me. "Consider it done." My heart skipped a beat. All this time, searching for the right person, and he'd been right next to me, waiting for me to notice him. Life seemed to move at a glacial pace after that. Jamie bought the tickets and set the date for 6 months after I gave him my request. During that half year, he studied Mandarin with a passion that I'd never seen in anyone else before. He also managed to track down a Fujianese native and began studying the dialect. He took very careful instruction from me as to how he could find these master tea pickers. The day before he left, he came to see me, glowing with confidence as though he had already succeeded in his quest. I knew that the worst was yet to come for him, but he didn't seem concerned. Before he walked out of my store, he stood in front of me and demanded, a kiss for good luck. I was so excited and flustered that I leaned forward and pecked him on the lips without stopping to think. He laughed at the blush suffusing my skin and walked out, anticipating grand adventure. Weeks passed, several of them in fact, and yet not a word from Jamie. I tried to remind myself to be patient. After all, he had to arrive in China, hike to the mountains, and navigate his way to the secret property of the master pickers. Reaching them would take time, and that's not to mention gaining their trust. I could only hope that they would be a little more compliant when he mentioned my name. And then a few more weeks. I noticed that Mrs. Thompson was too preoccupied to harass me. She seemed shaken by Jamie's absence. Not that it surprised me. He was, after all, her primary caretaker, and though she could still manage on her own at this point, she liked the company. I was beginning to think that I would never hear back from Jamie when, one morning, I arrived at the tea house to find a man sitting in front of the shop. He was an elderly Chinese man wearing traditional garb. In his arm he held a black lacquered chest. My heart stopped in my chest. When he saw me approach, he knelt in front of me and kowtowed 3 times. I inclined my head as a gesture of appreciation. Then, I opened the tea house and let him inside. We didn't exchange any words, although I am fluent in both Mandarin and Fujianese. Instead, I brewed him a cup of golden monkey black tea, which he drank for ritual's sake. Once he finished his tea, he walked out the door and out of my life. But he left behind the chest. My hands shook as I lifted it, feeling its severe heft, and carried it to the back room. Locking the door and closing the blinds, I opened the chest. The first thing I saw were the bones. Each and every bone in Jamie's body sat in the chest, neatly packed into a solid mass. I took them out one at a time, spreading them over my work table, admiring their pristine white color. I had never seen something so beautiful. Beneath the bones, separated by a wooden slot, was the tea. The small, dark green leaves with distinct golden flecks. That was how I knew they'd given me the right product. The flashes of gold were the ticket. Yes, Jamie was the one that I'd been waiting for. The one I needed. The bargaining chip that got me my most precious treasure. He was a perfect sacrifice. Mrs. Thompson changed after Jamie was officially declared missing. It was assumed that he had died hiking in China. An inexperienced hiker can easily go missing without the proper guide. And just like that, she found herself alone in the world. Her other children and grandchildren would have nothing to do with her. She stopped screaming at me in the mornings. She stopped coming outside at all. But I couldn't just leave her alone like that. One morning, I brought a special tea brew over just for her. When I knocked on the door, I half expected her to cuss me out, shouting obscenities and misquoted Bible verses. Instead, she led me into her kitchen, and I brewed her tea. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. After a few minutes, she spoke on her own, about how Jamie had been so taken with me, sung my praises, until she herself had begun to come around, about how much she had always loved him, how her whole life had revolved around him ever since he had been born. She began crying at one point. In fact, she kept crying until I set her tea in front of her. Almost absent-mindedly, she sipped the brew and gave me a surprised look. "This is good." I smiled at her. "It is, isn't it?" It only took a few days to get Mrs. Thompson to agree that I should be her new primary caretaker. Of course, she didn't need much care anymore, not after she began drinking my tea. After a few weeks, her forgetfulness, the signs of her dementia, they began to fade. She was as sharp as she'd always been. Of course, that was intentional. I do, after all, want her to live a nice, long life, full of memories of Jamie and the agony of never knowing what happened to him. It's amazing what a little tea and bone marrow can do to a person. As for me, well, I got what I wanted. I got the rare formula I need to give my tea healing powers. I got the sacrifice for those brews that require something darker. And without Mrs. Thompson's ranting and screaming, my mornings became much more peaceful. Which, honey, that doesn't even begin to cover what I'm capable of. Please read. I need you. I apologize ahead of time. I am sorry, so sorry, reader. I've been urged to open up, to share my experience, as I've no conscious connections left in the waking world. I know that at this point, I'm just a no-face person, but I need to share this with someone. Anyone. Besides the hospice worker that comes to the house, my only other companion lies unconscious in my living room. He means everything to me. If he passes, I'm not sure what will happen to me. There is no way for me to ready myself for such a loss. I feel so alone. His body speaks to me in the hush and huff of his breathing machines. An occasional mechanical signal breaks the silence. We only have each other now, and I am thankful that I can still slip my hand in his, rest my head against his chest, and listen to his heart thump out. I'm still here. I'm still here. Here's my story. Please take some time out of your day to read it, to absorb it into you. I need a hug right now. I need so many things. XX Brenna. It wasn't always like this. Before Brant came into my life, conscious and normal mind you, I was surrounded by general loneliness. At first, I considered myself as an outcast. Like a magnet, I repelled most people. It was an easy thing to do. My mother believed in geographical cures for her emotional ailments, and having the constant stigma as new kid made it hard for me to form strong friendships. But the more we moved, I realized I was more like a domino architect. Instead of repelling potential friends, I had the misfortune of setting up events to push everyone away from me. They'd all fallen away by the time I met Brant. My father was my first casualty. I couldn't help it, born a daddy's girl. One of the rare times my mother sat up to talk with me, she told me how smitten he was with my newborn dark curls, the laughter in my eyes as I gurgled and reached for him. Fatherhood was a mantle that he proudly wore. Before me, he practiced law with my mother at a small and successful firm in the city. Always the more competitive one, the career-driven one. It was a surprise to my mother and the firm when he put it all on hold to raise me. So my mother worked, and my father put his career on hold after I came into the world. For my first few years, we had an idyllic family. Mother would work long into the night, and father would look after me and lead me into childhood. He'd tuck Polaroids of me into mother's lunches, and she had clusters of them all over her office. Our two smiling faces. He'd homeschooled me through elementary school, taking me on road trips across the country, showing me history, teaching me geometry through pool, astronomy through a lens, geology digging through the mud. We'd adventured. He was my whole world, my closest friend. When father got sick, my mother took it hard. To his credit, he'd hid it from her for a couple years. Maybe himself too. Sickness sneaks up at you like that sometimes. You feel more tired than usual, and then weaker. And we can easily attribute it to getting older, to the albatrosses that hang around our necks. Being a parent is hard, so he put me first, always, I guess until the end. Then he passed away and it was just the two of us, and the Polaroids. Mother had given me the stacks and stacks of photographs from her office. She kept a picture of just the two of them in a small frame on her desk from when they first started dating. They'd gone to a photo booth on their second or third date, and he'd kissed her in the last photograph. The thin little frame protected their unlined faces, smiling and carefree, those moments lost too long ago. As a child, I knew mother wasn't handling his loss well. Instead of taking a step back from trying to make partner at the law firm, she worked harder than ever and was rarely home. In her place, she provided me with an endless swarm of nannies. As any mother would do, she made sure her little girl was well provided for. I had a few memorable ones that had stayed. Gerda with her shock of red hair and her ability to always have hot honeyed rolls for breakfast, Sonia and her perfect eyebrows and patient hands teaching me to crochet, Maddie and her little girl that played dolls with me endlessly. Some nannies stayed longer than others, but just as I connected with them, a new one would take her place. My nanny was a transient role that was filled until I was in high school. Mother moved us when a better opportunity arose for her, and it meant I rarely had enough time to put down roots or grow attachments in an area. I have pictures of all of them, pictures and memories, and it still draws tears to my eyes to think of all of those goodbyes. My nannies did what they could for me so I could grow up into a strong young woman. I felt like many of them tried to fulfill a little of that motherly role that I've lacked. To this day, I'm so grateful to have had so many women that I could look up to and grow from. Without them, I'm not sure if I'd be here today. I was in high school when my mother had deemed me too old for a nanny and had given me the honor of autonomy. The bus route picked me up at home and dropped me off promptly at the same time every day. Once home, I knew how to prepare dinner and then would set about my routine of cleaning and doing homework. I'd spent a lot of my free time reading or crocheting and watching television. Characters created in print and screens staved off a bit of that longing for companionship. This is around the time the dreams started, when I started feeling lonely. Being so isolated, you get this hunger for social interaction, kind of like the feeling of when you miss breakfast. It's there, drumming away behind your eyes, and as long as you're focused and doing something, you won't notice. Everybody dreams. Every night. We mostly don't remember our dreams, but for those that do, it can range from the ridiculous, comforting, to terrifying. As a girl who lived mostly alone, I started looking forward to my dreams. Sometimes Father would be there and we'd do things like fly over the mountains in Colorado and the red oaks in Oregon, as if the states were stitched side by side. We'd sit on presidential noses in Mount Rushmore. Sometimes I'd dream that while cleaning, that I'd find new and hidden rooms of my house, and that he lived there. The kitchen pantry would have a false panel, and I would be able to crush my body in such a way to find a new hallway that smelled like him. My bare feet could feel the dusty floorboards as I found his room and his study in our first house. I'd wake elated and ready to launch out of bed to tell Mother, only to find my cheeks wet to realize that I'd been dreaming. There was no fake panel in the pantry. I'd checked at least a dozen times. Father was gone. I was alone. Then I'd dream of my nannies taking me home, of Sonia and her crochet hook weaving me a perfect blanket in blues, greens, and purples as we sipped hot chocolate by the fire with a record on. Gerda would take me up in her arms and declare me her best friend. I'd never had one before, and we'd go over my rock collection, touching each one as I recounted its story. Maddie and the little girl would hold my hand and take me into the garden, and we'd make floral crowns with wildflowers and weeds. We'd thrown stones in a still lake and stained our mouths with fresh blackberries to the baritone choir of frogs. And every morning I'd wake up alone. I packed my lunch, brushed my hair, donned my jumper, and took the bus to school. At school, the buzz of teens around me made me feel even more alone. Forming friendships wasn't as easy as it was when I dreamed. I tried. I formed weak acquaintances that let me sit with them at lunch. As a good student, I never suffered to find a group to work with for projects, and I bore my meager athleticism well when I grouped with other like sorts at gym. Occasionally, I'd be invited to birthday parties. I'd eat cake and enjoy hanging out with other people my age, but I always felt like an outsider or an addition. I wasn't generally bullied or picked on, mind you, but I wasn't liked enough to form ready friendships where I could just call someone up from a memorized phone number. Girls would either not have room in their friend circles, or I didn't live in any one place long enough to find my way into one. I could get people talk to me, but I could never get them to listen to me, to make a connection. The friendships were one-sided. I couldn't help but feel like a fisherman that religiously got his bait stolen and went home with a sunburn and no supper. During summer months, we'd either move or I'd explore my neighborhood alone. And I kept looking forward to my dreams. By the time 7th grade hit, I'd started having my favorite dreams, a reoccurring dream. I'd wake up on a swell of a hill, a sycamore tree bent over the surface of a smooth lake, and an older woman with short hair cropped just below her chin, smiling. "Welcome home, Brenna." In the dream, I'd run out to her and hug her waist. The dreams had started before my growth spurt, and the woman was tall and warm. It felt safe to press my face into her apron, to have my little frame engulfed in her arms. She'd pet me and say pretty things to me, that I wished my mother would tell me. My face would contort and I'd hold back tears when she would tell me she's proud of me. She had a son that was a couple years older than me. Then we'd play. He had a tree house, and we'd eat lunches, bring out card games, and decorate it with things we found in by the lake. A built-in shelf housed a squirrel skull we found in the mud at the base of a tree. A limestone rock with 1,000,000 fossilized shells and piece of green glass worn smooth by water and time. These two people in the dream would remember what I told them. As the seasons changed in my life, theirs did too. In every way it felt real, except for the slight detail that from their noses up, their faces were in shadow. In the dream, I didn't notice, but upon waking it felt like those two people could be anyone. The boy had a small, blunt chin, brown curls, and round cheeks. He was a little gangly, but I didn't mind. Even in my dreams, I ran awkwardly with the grace of a three-legged grasshopper. I also didn't know his name, or his mother's name. These were details that washed away on waking. As my mother and I hopped state from state, I stopped caring that she was rarely home when I was awake. I stopped caring that I didn't have friends that cared if I moved, or would save me a seat at assemblies. I got to see my friends every night for 8 hours. At the time, I didn't think it was too abnormal to have reoccurring dreams nearly every night. My friendship with the boy as he turned into a man changed as I got older. In a few years, we'd hold each other in the treehouse, and I'd bury my face in his chest and he'd rest his cheek on the top of my head. We were closer, and it was different, and I had felt differently for him. More for him. Each time I woke, his mother would give me a knowing look and laugh when I'd wake up there, and I'd blush and find him. Friends didn't hold hands the way we held hands, as we looked over the lake and listened to wave after wave of crickets chirping and the reflection of thousands of fireflies blinking in and out like far-off starlight. It wasn't until I was a senior in high school that I found out that my dreams were abnormal. In a creative writing class, we were prompted to write on our most memorable dream. Easily, I filled pages and pages on my sleeping life. I wrote of how last night we'd been soaking our feet in the lake off a worn pier. My cuffed jeans skimmed the water and we tried to stay so still so the minnows would nibble at our toes. In the reflection in the water, I saw his face break out into a broad brace-faced grin as he loomed and tickled me. Even though I saw him coming, I couldn't help but curl and writhe in my fit of laughter, rolling into his lap and gripping onto him, ultimately thrashing us both into the water laughing. The dream ended when he kissed the top of my forehead and temple and then patted his cheek twice with 2 fingers. It was our ritual. I reached up on the tips of my toes and kissed him twice on the same cheek. A kiss for now and another when you need it later. I sat in class and listened as everyone read out loud their dreams. One girl blushed a bit and read out, "I don't usually remember my dreams. I mean, like, if I do, it's just a fragment of something. Last night, I dreamt that someone had broken in, and I was trying to get my dad. Suddenly, the burglar was right behind me, and I felt him there, you know? And no matter how fast I'd run, he was faster. It was like my legs wouldn't work. I was so scared. I woke up right before I could feel his hands around my neck. I couldn't get back to sleep. Nightmares suck. I dreamt that I'd been playing football with my team, you know? Everything was normal, except the mascot was a real tiger and we could jump like Master Chief in Halo. Man, I wish that were real life. Tigers are cool, the boy exclaimed, miming throwing a football and smirking. The girl blushed and demurely tucked a stray hair behind her ear. I, dreamt that the doctor came to take me away. 10, as in David Tennant. I got to go into the TARDIS, and I got to see the pool. Yeah, I wish I'd have that one every night. Then it was my turn. I briefly explained that I generally dreamed every night, and I generally dreamt about the same thing. The same 2 people at the same place, and I remembered most of the details, except that their faces were shadowed, and I couldn't remember their names. It was like a living memory. TARDIS girl giggled. Maybe that's like your soulmate. I've never had the same dream twice, that's weird. Football boy laughed. It must be nice to dream every night. They sound nice, the girl with the nightmare said. She smiled at me. The class suggested to me all sorts of things. See a medium, look up dream meanings, post a classified ad to find my soulmate, and to keep a dream journal before the end bell broke us up. It left me a little befuddled and curious for the first time as to if those dreams held any significance. I'd wanted them to mean something. I'd wanted to not be alone. For all my life, I just felt an overwhelming urge to connect with people. Dreams are not enough to sustain a person, and I felt so tired. Mother was working overseas now, and while she supported me diligently to make sure I had all I could want or need for, the aloneness was a vacuum. The rational side of my being decided that I should talk with someone, that it wasn't normal for a girl almost at 18 to have no friends, an absent mother, a dead father, and a dream boyfriend. It couldn't be healthy. Sure, many other teens had it worse. My family wasn't abusive, and my mother had made sure I felt provided for. We didn't have to worry about money, and I was spoiled insofar that if I wanted something, I could just buy it. By the time I was in high school, I had my own small library at home. Still, with no one to talk to, I started talking to my school's counselor, Mr. Goldstein, as a last resort. He'd seen my type before. Kids that had trouble fitting in, kids that moved and had their roots pulled out so many times that it stunted their growth. He tried his best to be helpful. Whenever I felt morose, he'd listen. When I told him of my troubles of being a girl super magnet for friendships, he'd suggested clubs, after-school activities, hobbies. I really poured myself out to him, and it had been ages since I'd had someone really listen to me. My nannies were the last people I'd been given such ties, and all I had of them were my memories. I didn't dream of them anymore. Even though my tie was just a counselor and student, it was something for me to hold on to in the waking world, and for a time I felt better. Then, as everyone had, Mr. Goldstein left too. The school told me he'd had to take a leave of absence for personal reasons. It happened from time to time. Adults have tons of obligations, and I was passed on to his replacement, Miss Kwan. I liked her well enough, but I felt as though she weren't as invested. It felt almost like going to the doctor rather than opening up to a possible friend. Even with Mr. Goldstein gone, he gave me the push to ready myself for graduation and to apply for colleges. Mother decided to stay overseas and to sell our home. She bought me a condo in the Northeast next to a large university I was accepted into. Driven to succeed and provide, Mother gave me a generous stipend every month. Even though she couldn't be there for me physically, she made sure I had the means to survive. As always, once again in a different part of the country and new school, I set out to find a piece of normalcy. Still, I dreamed of my boy and his lake. His braces were gone now, and he was substantially taller than me. His shoulders were broad, and his chin and cheeks had started sporting thatches of dark bristles. His lips still carried the flush fullness that he had as a boy, and I enjoyed kissing them all night. It was my favorite hobby. It was a good thing he wasn't real, or else I might have not taken my studies seriously. I had decided on library sciences, but I had to make it through my first 2 years at university before I started in on my major. College felt more isolating than high school. New classes brought in tides of new faces, and I had still not found the skill to make fast friends or slow friends. Let's be honest. I was in my junior year of college when I started feeling tired. It started with oversleeping, and I attributed it to wanting to spend more time with my nocturnal otherworld. But as sleeping into late morning ate into early afternoon, I started to worry. I was getting more hungry too, but even though I started eating more, I started to lose weight. My nightly walks started to get tiresome more quickly, and I found it hard to walk up the stairs. I was so exhausted some nights. In my dreams, my boyfriend urged me to go see a doctor. He told me I looked more pale than usual, that my hands shook. My mother told me that a true summer vacation may be what I needed, and she encouraged me to take a trip, to fly out to more familiar grounds. I took his advice first and scheduled an appointment with my doctor. He poked and prodded me, checked my thyroid, and ran several tests on my blood work and heart. Besides having slightly below normal iron levels, he could find nothing wrong with me. He suspected that it may be stress-related and encouraged my mother's suggestion for a vacation. I found a short lease to a furnished house in the city where I was born and flew out there to have a new perspective over the summer. Even though I'd moved a half a dozen or so times since my father passed, it never got easier. Each move was draining, and at the end of each year, I started feeling an aching anxiety when I had to fill up my boxes. I'd lived up by my college for 3 full years, and it was strangely sweet to be able to stay in one place. Despite being able to get used to the same walls and form a fondness for the routes where I would walk, I didn't feel sad leaving my condo for the summer. In my hometown, I had found a favorite coffee spot next to the library, and I'd often spend a quiet chunk of my day stopping at each favorite place on my personal pilgrimage. Every day for that first month, I'd leave my house, walk the couple miles to the library, pick out a new book to read, and then take breakfast, lunch, and liberal amounts of coffee at the cafe. I didn't recognize him. Not even a twinge of familiarity as I'd eye up an orange scone and an iced coffee. I'd grown so used to not being seen that I had stopped seeing people. So I took my copy of Jane Eyre, my breakfast, and I sat out in the sun and let the literature and sun warm my body and soul. That night, in my sleeping world, I enjoyed my time with my boyfriend. His mother had made us cold turkey sandwiches and packed us a liter of cold Coke, and we munched on the offerings with our feet splashing in the cold lake water. He took a bite of his sandwich and looked over at me, slipping a dark curl between his fingers. "Are you real?" I could feel his eyes looking at me, touching on the sharp and soft features on my face. I laughed. We avoided this conversation. We just never had it. In all the years I visited him, I was happy to have a place where I was normal. I didn't want my afflictions to invade this part, this comfort. What kind of question is that? Of course I'm real. I think I'm more real here with you than I am when I wake up. He blinked. In this world, I could both see and not see his face. It was like that experience of déjà vu when I woke up. The memory of his face was somewhere, but when I recalled our dreams, from the nose up, his and his mother's face were in shadows. "You wake up, Brenna? You dream all of this too?" He became still, and I felt disorientated with the realization that I'd hoped for this. I'd hoped that I were special. I'd hoped that dreams could be real, and that connections made with people were not only through flesh and bone. Yes, I go to sleep, I dream of you and your mom, and I wake up in my own bed. I remember most things, and pretty much I have the same dream with you, here. My heart skittered like a rabbit that wanted to run. The textures of my dream were almost a form of hyper-realism, and I could hear the trees and their leaves kissing the wind. The lake water smelled like wet moss and silt, and held my sandwich lamely. It was soggy. Am I crazy? We're dreaming. This isn't real. You're not real. I should probably start seeing someone. Obviously, you're some figment of my imagination that I've drummed up to fulfill some sort of loneliness that I felt. It can't be healthy. I look forward to these dreams. I look forward to seeing you and Mom again, to this damn cabin. Brenna, I think I even see you. I think I see you when I'm awake. He put his face in his hands and shuddered. I put my hand on his back and tried to calm him, and silently wondered if he could feel my heart beating out of my chest. You know, I think those things too. I haven't seen you in the real world, at least I don't think. I don't remember what you look like. It's vague. I frowned and let my cool forehead rest on his bare shoulder. You think you saw me? Yeah, where I work. You come in and order an orange scone and an iced coffee every day and read. It was your smile? I froze and stopped rubbing his back, and we straightened and met each other's eyes. Brenna, what book were you reading? Jane Eyre. I had just picked up a copy of Jane Eyre. The next day I met Brant. He wasn't working. He'd called off, and he was sitting at a table looking at the door nervously. I had my copy of Jane Eyre tucked under my arm, and I nearly dropped to broke it when I saw him. And that's when my life really started. Brant told me about his life, and I told him about mine. His mother had died when he was in middle school. It was a freak accident. They'd been up in their cabin in the UP, and he and his dad were out fishing when it happened. His mom was eating breakfast by herself and choked and died. They found her on the floor in the middle of the afternoon, and it was far too late. For Brant, his childhood ended there. They buried his mom, sold the vacation home, and Brant kind of lost his father too. He was there, but he'd never gotten over his wife's death. He'd taken up drinking, and they were barely getting by. Brant worked as a manager at the local cafe to help ends meet. He started dreaming of his mom when he had a bad day, and then one day I showed up. He had a more normal life than I had lived. He had a good group of friends and had even tried dating a girl in high school. Although, he said, that things never felt right. They didn't click as easily as we did, and for the longest time, he thought he was being unfair, comparing her to a dream, a ghost. But between going to college and working, he found himself in a better place to be single. That's how things began, and reader, it was beautiful. I started feeling better. Before bed, each night, we'd chat over webcam and we'd share our days. At night, we still shared dreams, except now, the settings would change from time to time. Brant sometimes appeared in my childhood home or at a beloved travel destination I visited in my youth. While we were still long distance, we spent hours together. I finished up and got my degree and moved back to my hometown. We bought a little condo and helped out his dad, got him into some programs to try and settle his demons. We felt so lucky, and I felt so normal. He proposed, and we started talking about having a family together. I bought a couple onesies, one for a girl and one for a boy, and laid them side by side, imagining the little body that could fill it. Then he got sick. It started with him being tired all the time. He started losing weight, his hands started shaking, and he got so weak. Just like what happened to me. The doctors tried to find out what was wrong with him, and all the tests they performed came back normal. He was normal, but he was wasting away. His body started shutting down, and he was put into hospice care. My care. He was no longer in my dreams, but I had the man, his body, this shell, and I could hold its hand. I've never felt so alone. They say it is better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Without him, I live a half-life. I knew what it meant to be happy, and now I know that without him, that happiness will be lost. Doctors could not help him. Medicine did nothing. Love only gave him comfort, so I resorted to the last thing I could think of. I hired a medium. Did you know you can find them in the yellow pages? She came to our condo in a beat-up old gremlin. She had no bag, no talismans, no show. Madame Celeste was a fair woman, with skin that looked like she was in her 20s and hair that was aging into her 50s. She'd seen sun, and freckles had dotted her nose where her brown-rimmed glasses rested. She fit the flair of medium with a sort of boho chic style, and I thoroughly believed I would have been better burning my money rather than calling her. "Can I see the man?" She stood in our hallway. At least she was direct. I nodded and led her into our bedroom, where he was set up. She pulled a chair to his bed and touched the air around him. She touched his face lightly, laid her hands slightly above his chest, and then settled with just holding his hand. Closing her eyes, she frowned. "He's still there." Vaguely, "He's almost gone." "Gone? Is he dying?" I blinked rapidly. I didn't need a medium to tell me Brant was fading. He was nearly a skeleton with skin. The physical evidence made that apparent. Dying? Yes. If he leaves, he will die. His essence, spirit, soul, what have you, is almost gone. He's nearly empty. So empty, this one. She looked perplexed. What does that mean? He's empty? His soul is missing? I didn't have words. This was insane. This woman, insane. There are multiple kinds of death. Naturally, our bodies house our spirits until it breaks down. Like any building, time takes its toll. Then the spirit moves on, as is the natural order of things. But the body needs a soul, just like a soul needs a body. This body's soul is very damaged, just scraps of it left. I don't know what's causing it, but he could repair if no more damage is done. You can have hope. She looked at me, looked through me. Can I take your hand? I nodded and gave the woman my hand. Hers were cool and smooth, and mine were sweaty and shaking. She took a moment and closed her eyes, a line forming between her brows. Her eyes snapped open, and she dropped her hand. Leave here. Leave here now if you love him. Call your mother. She has what you must know. I must go. She stood up and shook herself, casting a bewildered look between Brant and me. I blinked, confused, afraid. What does that mean? Leave? Why? Why do I have to go? Why should I call my mother? She swallowed. She knows things you have not seen, have not accepted. It is not my place to tell you, but she knows why. She's known everything, all this time. She knows what went wrong. Goodbye, Miss Brenna. And she left. I tried to go after her, but she ignored me mutely, got in her beat-up car, and with a sputter, drove off. I tried to call her. I tried to find her business, but she would not give me anything else. I called my mother. She sent me letters from time to time, emails, to make sure I was all right, to check in on Brant. We weren't close. We'd never been close. She always had her work. And overseas, she found a life she couldn't have in this country. I'd forgiven her a long time ago. The phone rang, and within a few seconds she picked up. Brenna? Are you all right? Why are you calling? It's late. Ah, yes. The time difference, I forgot. The sudden phone call mixed with the abruptness of the call must have startled her. I told her what had happened that day, awkwardly. I felt so foolish. I never told her about my day or my life, or the petty little things that bothered me. She was always too busy, her time too valuable for me to waste on my little problems. She remained silent as I finished and sucked in a breath. Brenna, dear, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She started crying. I've never heard my mother cry. Your father and I were so in love, and we desperately wanted children. We tried for years. We tried IVF. We tried fertility treatments. There was something wrong with me. I couldn't have children. Sweetheart, I desperately wanted to be a mother. I wanted to have my own child. I wanted to have a child that was a product of our love, and I was so selfish and stupid. She shuddered as she cried and talked. I prayed every night for a miracle. One night, I had a dream at a crossroad. There was just me and a well-dressed man. He told me he had heard of my difficulty and that he wanted to help, that I could help him too, and that there would be no price that I would have to pay. I agreed, Brenna. He was so nice and comforting. It was such a nice dream to be freely given the life I so desperately wanted. So I accepted. And then you were born, my miracle baby. You were perfect, with a crown of dark curls, and you couldn't stop smiling. Your father was even more enamored with you than I was, and begged me to stay home to raise you. So he stayed home and took care of you for your every need and want, and we were so happy. You remember? I nodded, holding back tears. My father was my whole world back then. He tried so hard to be a good father. Yes, mother. Then he got sick. At first he was just tired. Then he started to lose weight. His hands started to shake, and he got so weak. One day he just collapsed and then couldn't get out of bed. The doctors couldn't figure out what happened. They couldn't figure out why he was so sick. His blood tests, his MRI, everything, normal. My heart stopped. I never heard this before. Why hadn't I thought to ask? When he passed, I was heartbroken and terrified that you might get sick too, that it was some fungus, amoeba, or genetic disease that hadn't been found yet, but you were the perfect spirit of health. I didn't take his death well, and I threw myself into work instead of being there for you, with you. I hired nannies to raise you in my stead, and for a while I was getting better. I was healing. I was going to cut back my hours when your first nanny got sick. I noticed her hands shaking, and she had been so tired lately. I was shocked, terrified, so I gave her some money to take some time off and moved us across the country for a job. I couldn't breathe. This couldn't be right. How did I not notice? Then the next nanny fell ill, and I did the same thing. Again and again, I gave them money and moved you until your last nanny, Maddie's little girl, got sick. She died, Brenna, just like your father, and I didn't want to see. Then you went to school, and everything was normal for a few years. You got depressed and started seeing your school counselor, and I thought we were finally past our line of bad luck. Then I got a letter in the mail from your school letting us know that Mr. Goldstein was taking a leave of absence for personal reasons. Again, I didn't think anything of it. Then the next letter came, telling me he'd passed. After that, I looked up your old nannies. Every last one had passed. Every person that you touched, really touched in your life, had died, and I had finally remembered that dream at the crossroads. The dream with the demon. I did not have to pay the price, but there was a price. He visited me once more, the suit disheveled, the dream a nightmare. He smirked at me, leered at me, and asked how my darling baby girl was doing. He thanked me for bringing one of his creatures into this world, a creature that wasn't fully whole, a creature that wasn't fully human. He told me that the price for your survival depended on you, taking it away from others. People are wary of you, Brenna, because you're a predator. They know you're dangerous, so they have walls up. If people let you in even a little, you just siphon off whatever makes them until they wither away to husks. Your father, your nannies, your fiancé, those poor people let you into their lives, and you've Use them up. I live in another country, so I don't have to be around you. My letters come from a fake address. You've been my demon, my curse, my albatross to bear, and I'm so sorry I brought you into this world. Please, don't call me again." She hung up. I stared at the phone as my mind added her perspective to my limited one. This entire time I choose to view my story as the underdog, the weak protagonist, struggling against misfortune. I had not considered that I had control of my tale, that this entire time I had power. I am a monster. Setting the phone down, I stripped off my clothes and showered. I let myself mourn. I let it all out, and I prepared. Hair still dripping, I packed my laptop, some clothes, made arrangements for Brant, and flew several states away to try and sever the distance between us. The distance wasn't the issue, it was my hunger and my connection with him. That night, last night, I dreamed and found my answer. Many answers, all from a man in a pinstripe suit. I am so happy I packed my laptop. I am quite pleased this hotel has free Wi-Fi. I've discovered that my dreams do touch people. I am not oil in water, a repellent force. Instead, I knock people down like dominoes, one after the other. I am the architect. I can save Brant. I just needed you. Words are a clever invention. Really, they're a voice in your head. A waking dream, almost. My voice is inside your head, my story tucked behind your eyes. I'm inside you now. As we get older, we think that getting tired is the normal course of aging. We all take on too much sometimes, and being tired may be a sign to take a vacation. When you get tired, I highly recommend you take that vacation. Enjoy that peace and those memories. You won't have much time. I will not save you. I need it. I need so many things, reader. Most of all, I need Brant, and you're just a faceless being on the other side of the screen. Mayhem Mountain, in 2 miles take exit 19 for Valley Park Drive South. Siri chirped from my sister's phone. Charlotte, turn that off. I know where I'm going. You sure about that? I mean, it has been a couple decades, Mark. Please, like I could ever forget where Adventure Valley is. Come on, we spent every summer of... There it is. I swerved briefly into the oncoming lane as Charlotte thrust her arm in front of my face to point excitedly out the window. There's Adventure Valley. Oh my God, what ride is that? That coaster, it was called Steel something, right? No, wait, that's Mayhem Mountain, isn't it? I gently pushed my sister's arm out of my face and back over to her seat. I couldn't fault her for her excitement while I was trying so hard to control my own giddiness. It felt like we were kids again, yelling and bouncing in the back seat of my parents' car as the first shining rails and wooden planks of the park's roller coasters came into view above the treetops. That's the Steel Viper, I told her. Mayhem Mountain's on the other end of the park, and that wooden coaster over there is the Excalibur. Oh yeah, I remember those. I was always too much of a wuss to ride the Viper, but I rode the shit out of the Excalibur. Well, Charlotte, you're an adult now. I think it's time to take on the Viper. As long as the contractors have tested it and given it the okay, I'm in. That was really the question, wasn't it? We didn't know which rides had been inspected and cleared and which ones hadn't. I sent up a silent prayer that Mayhem Mountain was counted among the rides that had. I'd left Brandon several voicemails asking about it since he was the one in charge of everything. But with how fast things had been moving since we bought the park, I couldn't fault him for being a busy man. If you'd told 12-year-old me that my crazy, hyper, wild-eyed friend Brandon Decker would end up graduating cum laude from Northwestern Business School, I would have laughed in your face. Brandon? No way. Tyler? Maybe, but never Brandon. In fact, half the reason I think he'd choose a business designation was because of Adventure Valley. When the park had closed in 1989, Brandon had gathered us all together in his basement and, with a gravitas and solemnness I've never seen in him before or since, asked us to make the pact. At the time, the promise had been the most serious vow that 5 12-year-olds could ever make. High off of an entire summer of Adventure Valley fun, we agreed, with all the ceremony of a meeting of Parliament, that we would one day come together and buy Adventure Valley Amusement Park. Of course, back then we'd planned to just buy it and ride the roller coasters into the ground. We decided which friends from school we would let in and which enemies would be barred from the gates. It had always been our park, and it was only right that we should have it. It had taken 20 years, but we eventually did fulfill our promise. With a hell of a lot of pushing from Brandon and a sizable offer of collateral from Tyler, the bank had agreed to give us the multi-million-dollar loan to buy, repair, refurbish, and reopen the park. The size of the loan that the 6 of us were responsible for gave me nightmares for several weeks. How would this place ever turn a profit? It had been closed decades ago after operating in the red for several years. The county had experienced a high number of runaways and missing persons in the area in the last years of the 1980s. The entire region was on edge as the cases mounted, and people in the area became depressed and suspicious of each other. It had absolutely killed park attendants. But seeing the first cresting waves of roller coasters rails through the trees made me all but forget about my financial worries. This was Adventure Valley, for Christ's sake. If we opened the gates, people would come. There, that's our exit, Charlotte squeaked. I pulled off the interstate and took a left under the bridge. Less than a mile later, we came upon the acres of the park's parking lots to our right. We turned in and drove all the way up to the front near the gates where several other cars were parked. A Lexus, a Mini Cooper, an old Chevelle, and a Honda Civic. Another rental car like ours. Looks like we're the last ones here, Charlotte said. She was right. As we pulled up next to the Lexus, I noticed a group of people standing next to the ticket booth, waving to us excitedly. Oh my God, is that Tyler? Jesus, he's lost some weight. He's so skinny now, and Brandon's losing his hair. Holy shit, is that Koji? Koji got hot. Calm down, Paris Hilton. These guys are my friends. They're off limits to you. Same rules as when we were teenagers. Besides, half of them are married. Really? Which half? I raised an eyebrow at Charlotte and shook my head in amused bewilderment. My little sister never had outgrown her boy craziness. Wait, who's that? Charlotte asked as we got out of the car. What? That's Scott. You know Scott. Not Scott? Scott looks exactly the same. The girl next to Scott. Oh. I had put this off so long that I'd actually forgotten to tell my sister at all. That's Danny, Scott's girlfriend. Danny as in Danielle Bircher? Well, yeah. My sister gave me such a horrified look that you'd think I'd betrayed her to her death, but it was fleeting and quickly replaced by a sly smile. Fine by me, I'm sure she's not the same person she was in high school. We're all adults now, right? Now come on, let's go. A sigh of relief escaped my chest as I slammed the car door and followed Charlotte over to the entrance. Though I saw most of these guys every year, seeing us all here together, standing at the ticket booths of Adventure Valley, brought me a sort of happiness I hadn't experienced in many years. Mark fucking Lantis. I can't believe it. Tyler had an edgy, commanding voice that probably made his many employees shudder and scatter. But I knew him like a brother, so his bravado just made me laugh. Can you believe it? I asked as I gave him a hug and a slap on the back. Back at front gates, $15 a day doesn't seem so ridiculous now. $15 a day, my ass, Brandon said as he shook my hand. By my math, it looks like we'll be charging about $65 a day. I'll pay it. Charlotte smiled as she gave Koji a hug. Are people really going to pay $65 a day? Koji asked. Even Disneyland only charges $85, and there you get access to 2 parks. How could I forget? Brandon shook his head. One of our investors works for the Mouse. Pity they won't let you design any artwork for this place. Come on, man. I'm not an artist. I'm an engineer. Don't you mean Imagineer? Charlotte winked at him. Koji sighed and shook his head. Yeah, I fucking do. As Brandon and Charlotte teased Koji, I made my way over to the side of the ticket booth where Scott and his girlfriend were conversing. I didn't know why Scott was being so standoffish, but I thought it might have something to do with the investment. Scott, the least well-off of us 6, worked at his dad's collision shop and hadn't had a whole lot of money to invest. I thought maybe he was embarrassed about the money, but now, watching him lean against the booth with slowly shifting eyes, I realized it wasn't that at all. Scott was just stoned. Same old Scott. What's up, Burnout, my brother? I haven't seen you in like 15 years. How about a bro hug? Scott smiled and pushed off the wall to come give me a quick hug. Hey, how's it going, man? Fuck, look at you. What your diet, man? Rabbit food and lettuce? You're not gonna get any ladies with that skinny body. Your mom doesn't seem to mind. Hey Mark, I'm Danny. Do you remember me? Danny Bircher? Scott's girlfriend gave me a shy smile and stuck out her hand so we could engage in a stiff handshake. Yeah, I think so. You were in my sister's class, right? Charlotte Lantis? Danny had the decency to look embarrassed. Yeah, but we weren't really friends. That's putting it lightly, I thought. We were freshmen when you guys were seniors. She added, Yep, I do remember that. Maybe I should just get it over with. I called Charlotte over and the reintroduction of the two girls, while awkward, was over pretty quickly to everyone's relief. We were all eager to get into the park. It was odd not stopping at the window for tickets, and even odder to walk around the rusting turnstiles of the front gates. I delighted in reminding myself that we owned this place now. Brandon gave us a tour of the park. Now, so much of the geography, we all knew that inside and out, but of the hypothetical layout and reorganization of the park as he saw it. The Excalibur is going to need the most amount of work, according to Rich, Brandon's head contractor. A roller coaster made of wood exposed to the elements for all these years will keep as much of the original structure as is safe, but we might have to rebuild most of it. Do we have the money for that? Scott asked loudly from where he walked behind us with Danny. Yeah, Tyler said. We have the money for that. Ah, Mr. Moneybags, that mini dealership treating you good? I nudged him hard with my shoulder. Tyler stumbled but kept enough composure to push me back into a passing churro stall. Those 6 BMW dealerships are treating me very well. Well enough to serve as the sizable collateral we needed. Brandon added. So, Charlotte ran up behind us and threw her arms around Tyler and Koji. Can we ride some rides? Are you kidding? Why do you think we're here? Tyler laughed. I'm just here for Mayhem Mountain, I said, clapping my hands and rubbing them together eagerly. Brandon threw up his hands. All right, fine. I thought you guys would be interested in how your investment is coming along. Koji snorted. All we're interested in is the projected ROI and, more importantly, which rides have passed safety inspection. Oh, Brandon stopped walking and tried to look annoyed, and, failing that, he smiled. A little over half of them are rideable. Suddenly, everybody was talking at once. Is Steel Viper open? Yep, that one's on. What about Snapdragon? That one is good to go too. Renegade Falls? The water's not on. High Roller? Yes. Space Spin? Oh yeah. Power Tower? They're doing the inspection this week. There was only one ride I really cared about. Mine and Brandon's favorite. What about Mayhem Mountain? Fuck. Yes, he answered to collective groans from the rest. Mayhem Mountain had always been our thing. The others had always been happy to ride High Roller and Snapdragon into exhaustion. Brandon and I always split off toward the end of the day to ride Mayhem Mountain into the twilight hours. Charlotte shuddered. I hate that ride. It's boring as hell, Koji agreed. I helped design something similar for Disneyland Hong Kong. We put it in Fantasyland, for fuck's sake. Hey, that ride is awesome. It's long and it goes upside down, I argued. Charlotte is even too scared to ride it. I'm not scared of that ride. It just gives me the creeps. Something about it just, I don't know, seems off. All right, look. We'll start at this end of the park and work our way towards the back. That way we can ride every ride that's passed inspection, including Mayhem Mountain. Brandon said. And Snapdragon, Tyler added, and the others nodded excitedly. Yes, every ride. And of course we can ride them, as many times as we want. Hell yes, brother. Koji high-fived Brandon, and we headed down the street toward Space Spin. Our progress through the park was blissfully slow. Everyone wanted to ride every ride multiple times, and one person always had to stay in the loading area to operate the ride. It only took an hour or two to forget that I was a fully grown 35-year-old man. Being back here, running through the lineways with my friends, arguing who got the first row of the first car, it was like being 12 years old again. Still, my eye was constantly drawn up over the buildings into the distance, to the back of the park, where the high gleaming rails of Mayhem Mountain shined in the unobscured sun. There would be no arguing who got front row on that coaster. It was me and Brandon. It was always me and Brandon. Charlotte, Tyler, and Koji were the most like children, constantly running ahead and arguing over which ride to get on next, yelling back to ask Brandon if this one or that one had been cleared by the contractors. Brandon and I held back from the group a bit. We're discussing ideas and possible improvements for the park. Scott and Danny took up the rear of the group, quietly talking and lighting joints. When we arrived at the Enterprise, a simple ride that consisted on spinning cars on a circular track, I offered to flip the switch while the rest of the group rode to excess. The Enterprise always made me sick when we were kids. Brandon offered to stay on the platform with me to chat while everyone else rode the ride. I flipped the switch to turn the ride on, and as the car spun away from the loading area, the Enterprise's signage came into view. I sighed. All day I had been trying to ignore the bright graffiti sprayed all over the park, but the words painted over the signage for the Enterprise were impossible to ignore. Where did the missing kids go? And the rest of the graffiti in the park was much the same. Most said things like, "Where are they? Runaway Row, find Ryan Kinski, and the missing are now dead." Similar sayings could be found in towns sprayed across a few dilapidated buildings in the industrial district. Brandon's eyes avoided the sign, but I could tell he was thinking about it too. "Do you think the reason they shut this park down, do you see that being an issue for park attendants?" I asked as casually as I could. Brandon was quiet for a few moments as he waited for the ride to slow to a stop so he could flip the switch again. "Nah, I don't think so. Low attendance issues aren't actually what shut the park down." "They aren't?" This surprised me. "Nope. When we were negotiating the sale of the park, I was given access to the park's financials in the 80s. So they weren't operating at a loss?" "Oh, they were. But this park has operated in the red since opening day in the 70s. Half of their revenue was being fed back into something called county services, whatever that is. The bank couldn't tell me, and believe me, I tried to find out." "County services?" I mused. "Yep. Bizarre. And according to the paperwork, the park was closed because the owner didn't want to live here anymore. And he couldn't be bothered to wait for a decent offer on the property, so he just sold it to the bank for next to nothing. So he was a rich guy." I leaned back against the railing to stretch my back. "And an idiot." "Yes, to an extreme in both cases. The owner of the park was Abel Bisset." "Abel Bisset? Related to that French billionaire, I'm guessing?" Brandon nodded. "Michael Bisset? He built this park for his son in the 70s. Abel was never really what we would call business inclined. I've always heard him described as simple." "I can't believe the son of a billionaire lives in this area." "Well, not anymore. He moved on decades ago." I shook my head in disbelief. Who would ever have thought that our simple little park was owned by a famous billionaire's son? Hell, I may have even sat next to him on rides and had no idea. "You guys want to go again?" Brandon yelled to the others as the ride again came to a stop. "I'm ready to move on," Koji yelled back. "Anybody want to ride again?" "Nope," a chorus of voices replied. It was near 5 o'clock when we finally arrived at Mayhem Mountain. As the sun began to set, a familiar panic and urgency welled in the pit of my stomach. It took a moment for me to realize that we didn't have to leave when the park closed this time, because the park didn't close. We could stay until sunup if we wanted to. As I eagerly approached the turnstile for Mayhem Mountain, Tyler spoke up behind me. "Listen, can we run into town and grab something to eat before we ride Mayhem?" "You really want to ride Mayhem after we eat?" asked Koji. "Good point." "There's only one loop." Danny rolled her eyes. "Two," I said. "Don't forget the inline roll." "Yep, 2. Scott answered. "Plus it's a 2-minute ride. If your food isn't sitting well, you've got a long wait till it's over." "Look," I said, "let's ride it a couple times and then go eat. When we come back, we'll see how we feel." Everyone nodded and we started walking through the lineways up to the platform. When we reached the loading dock, I was excited to see our favorite green car sitting on the track. "Front seat." Brandon and I yelled simultaneously as the train cars came into view, and everyone behind us groaned. "I'm staying here," Charlotte said. "I'll just work the launch pad thingy." "Still scared after all these years, Char?" Scott teased her. "Shut up, Burnout." Scott laughed and tousled her hair before running and jumping into the first car behind Brandon and I. Danny got in next to him, and then Tyler and Koji took the second car. We pulled the shoulder restraints down, and they locked in place. "Ready?" Charlotte asked. "Yep," Brandon yelled back. "Send the car through." Charlotte pulled the lever and the brakes disengaged. As the car moved forward, I turned to Brandon. Did we get the green car on purpose? I yelled to him as the coaster clacked around the load platform and began the clattery climb up the first lift hill. Yep, we sent cars through here all morning, but I made sure Rich knew to leave the green machine in the loading bay. Awesome. As the train climbed up the lift hill, I made no attempt to hide my utter glee. I looked out over the expansive park and couldn't believe it was mine. Every track, every car, every turnstile, every screw, from the front gate to the overflow parking lot in the back, it was all ours. How I wished I could go back in time and tell a young me waiting in the 2-hour line for Mayhem Mountain, one day you will own this place. And as we crested the hill and the train fell into the first drop, I realized I essentially had gone back in time. At least, I was screaming like a 12-year-old, as was everyone else behind me. We dipped into the first tester hill and then banked hard and up to the second lift hill. We dropped from there, down into the vertical loop, banked around a set of gift ships, up briefly, and then down a small hill into the inline roll. When we arrived back at the loading bay, we were all screaming and whooping. Charlotte didn't even have to ask, just smiled at us and sent us through again. We went twice more before we finally got off the ride. Koji walked over to check out the control panel while the rest of us taunted my sister. You sure you don't want to go, Char? It's awesome. Nah, I'm good. I have no problem being the carny for this ride. She laughed. Come on, Charlotte, just one time and we'll leave you alone, Tyler urged. No, no way, not interested. I'll ride anything else though. Hey, do you guys know what Track B is? Koji asked. Track B? What do you mean? Brandon walked over to Koji at the control board and raised an eyebrow. That's weird. It's probably just the track they use to get the cars into the storage bay, Scott said with a shrug. No, Koji said. That's called a transfer track. Track B has to be something else. Yeah, well, I've been on this ride enough times to know that there is no other track. Yep, Tyler agreed with me. He has. So, should we try it? Brandon tested. Fuck no, said Charlotte. If you don't know what Track B is, that means the contractors don't know about it either, which means it hasn't been inspected in at least 20 years. That's suicide. Look, Koji said, if Track B exists, then even the most incompetent of engineers would have found it during an inspection. And Rich cleared this entire ride, Brandon nodded. It's probably just the ride in reverse. We're good. Well, we're in, announced Scott from the other side of the track, though Danny didn't look quite on board with the idea. Mark? Tyler asked. Yeah, I guess I'm in. What's the worst that could happen? We get funneled into a repair bay? All right, then I'm in too, Tyler said hesitantly. Koji shrugged. Here goes nothing. He flipped the switch over to Track B, and a moment later, a loud metallic scraping some distance away filled the park. The sound lasted almost a minute. I studied the familiar silver roller coaster under the pink sky of the setting sun, but I saw no physical changes to the track. I looked over at Brandon, and a shrug of his shoulders told me he didn't either. Shall we? Scott asked, gesturing to the train cars we'd just disembarked. I gave Charlotte a questioning look, but she shook her head emphatically, no. So it was just the 6 of us again. It's only right you two take the bow of the ship. Tyler gave a mock salute. Oh, captains, my captains. I laughed and hopped into the right side of the front row. Brandon crawled into the seat next to me. Tyler and Koji got in behind us, and Scott and Danny took the back. We pulled the shoulder bars down and they locked into place. Are you sure about this? Charlotte asked when everyone was settled. Danny said something from her place a few rows back, but all I heard was Brandon yelling, "Pull it!" The brakes released, and the train rolled away from the platform and into the twilight of dusk. The lights had lit up on the track while we'd been arguing, and the roller coaster looked absolutely beautiful. I was filled with awe and reverence at what this place truly meant to me and my friends. It was a symbol of our youth and innocence and blissful ignorance of the world. It was our own little bubble of happiness. The coaster again climbed the lift hill, and from the top, Brandon and I studied the track, but in those few seconds, I saw no difference. Brandon looked over, and I shook my head at him disappointedly. By the time we reached the vertical loop halfway through the ride, it was clear that there was no Track B. But it was hard to be upset because I was still on Mayhem Mountain and still found it an impossible challenge not to smile. We banked around the now brightly lit gift shops, up the small tester hill, and then back down to the inline roll. Except, the inline roll was suddenly above us. We'd missed it. Instead, the track now descended into a large, square hole in the ground behind the gift shops, and we were headed directly into it. I was in too much shock to scream or even move. The black hole swallowed us in an instant, and we descended into complete darkness. I felt a comfortable pressure leave my shoulders and realized that the shoulder bars had released. I gripped the front lip of the ledge of my seat and heard the terrified screams of my friends behind me as the coaster suddenly spun into what felt like an inline roll. I was too scared to do anything but hold on for dear life, though some part of my brain registered that the G-forces of the roll probably would have been enough to keep me in my seat if I had let go. Probably. We came out of the inline roll and dropped again, hard. As the roller coaster dropped, the room suddenly lit up around us, and I saw the track below arcing up into a light tester hill. As we hit the bottom of the hill, the shoulder bars lowered mechanically. The car went over the small tester hill and then braked to start up another tall lift hill. I took my first breath since dropping through the ground and looked around, tuning out the screams of Danny and Tyler behind me. We were in what can be described as a cavernous room, and I only assume it stretched to the farthest reaches of the park above. There were lots of vertical loops, high drops, and sharp curves that put the track perpendicular to the ground. Throughout the entire sublevel building, lamps dotted the wall every 30 feet. They put out a dreary yellowed glow for as far as the eye could see. But many were burnt out, and in parts the track disappeared into darkness. But in the dull yellow edges of the light, I saw something that registered in me a horror beyond death. Far away from us, in a section of shadowy track, I saw the high crest of a peak hill, which reached almost the ceiling of the giant room. And then the track just ended. Suddenly, feel the horrible reality of the world outside my mind began to bleed in. Danny was screaming uncontrollably. Tyler was crying, bawling even. Koji was yelling at Brandon, who was looking straight at me, hitting my leg hard and repeating my name. As the cars continued to climb, I finally gave them my attention. I didn't want to be alone in the fear anymore. "What is this?" was all I could think of to say. "We have to get off this ride. We have to get off this ride, Mark." "I fucking know, man. We're going to die." "I fucking know, man," I yelled as we reached the top of the lift hill and dropped over the other side. I squeezed my eyes shut until I felt the shoulder bars once again release, and I bit my lip to keep from crying. I opened my eyes and choked as I watched the track ahead up us bend up into a vertical loop. I reached up and tried to pull the shoulder bar down, but it was locked in place. Hang on to the seats," I yelled as loud as I could. As we approached the loop, I felt the brakes engaging, slowing the car, and a tow cable catch beneath my feet. We were being pulled up through the loop, but too slowly for gravity to keep us in our seats. As the train began to invert, I felt my feet rise from the floor of the car. My hair fell over my face and my butt left the seat. I closed my eyes and tried to block out the screams of terror from behind me. I concentrated on my death grip of the ledge of my seat as we rounded the track. We remained upside down for what felt like eternity. Finally, the pressure began to ease. My butt dropped to my seat and my feet to the floor. The white noise subsided from my ears and I heard Koji screaming. "Tyler, fuck, he fell out. Fuck, he fell. He's dead, man. He's dead. He hit the track down there." Brandon yelled at me, wide-eyed and crazy looking. I was finally seeing the Brandon from my youth. The shoulder bars descended again, this time locking in tighter. We came out of loop and sped up and down several tester hills. I tried to study the track ahead of us as we went through the safer parts. I thought I saw water reflecting off the metal rails somewhere in the distance. Brandon sobbed in his seat. "Mark, what are we gonna do? I don't want to die, man. I don't want to fucking die. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I'm fucking scared too," I answered him. We banked around a corner of the room and the shoulder bars released again. This time we dove into a curve that put the left side of the train parallel to the ground, and it was a long drop. I gripped the edge of the seat tightly as before, but this time I kept my eyes open and was able to catch Brandon as he began to slip out of his seat. By the time the train righted itself, I couldn't tell who'd been lost. Most of the screaming behind me had turned to loud sobbing or silence. The shoulder bar didn't re-engage, and I felt the car's brakes slow the train down again. I didn't have to loop to know what was coming next. It was another inverted loop. This one was tall and large, and I could tell we'd be upside down for longer. Someone behind me began screaming again, Danny, I think, as I tried to take measured breaths and position my hurting hands back under the lip of the seat. Brandon did the same and looked over at me as the car started up the loop, with tears streaming down his face. "I don't want to die in here, man." I shook my head back at him because I could think of nothing to say. I felt tears leave my own eyes as we reached the tipping point of the loop and my feet again left the floor. Before we were even completely upside down, I felt my back begin to slip down the seat. I thought if I lost my grip, I could try to grab for the shoulder bars when I fell out of the car. The car suddenly stopped, and I opened my eyes to see we were completely inverted. I grunted loudly at the pain and immense effort it was taking to keep my grip on the seat. The car started to move again slowly, and I heard Brandon say something to me. I looked over at him just before he slid out of the car. 1 second he was there, next to me, and the next he was falling away from the car. I saw Brandon try to grab the shoulder bar on the way out, but we couldn't keep his grip on it. I watched him fall, and I saw him break his back on the track below, and he stopped moving. I stared down at him as the car continued to move slowly around the loop, and he stared back up at me, dead or dying. By the time the car hit him on the way out of the loop, he was completely gone. The shoulder bars re-engaged, and we went through a dreadfully long period where nothing happened. We were secured in our seats by the restraints as the coaster spent what felt like several minutes racing over hills, banks, curves, even an inline roll. Without the adrenaline pumping through my veins, I felt the shock begin to wear off. It was replaced by a panic and fear unlike I'd ever experienced. And I decided that was the point of this section of track, to build and facilitate an unbearable fear. I felt the brakes engage finally, and I looked ahead to find the loop we were surely entering, but there was none. We were high, almost to the top of the ceiling, and we slowed to a stop on a straightaway. Directly ahead was a drop, and at the bottom of the hill, a series of 4 different tracks, with a transfer stack just before they split off. Each track had 5 or so feet of color, red, orange, green, and blue, before racing off in different directions. I felt an urgent shaking of my shoulder and turned around to hear what Koji was saying. "Which track are we connected to?" I looked at the transfer stack. "Green. Where does green go?" It was hard to hear him over the sound of Donnie's sobbing from the second car. I tried to trace the green track through the building, constantly losing it and finding it again. I wasn't sure, but it seemed to end at the lift hill I'd seen earlier. The hill with no track at the top. "It ends at that hill." I yelled back at him and pointed. Danny cried louder. "Fuck." While we were stopped, I rubbed my hurting hands together. As I looked down at them, I noticed something new in the car. At some point, a small, blinking panel had flipped over in the wall at the front of the car. It had 4 colored buttons and an old analog timer. The timer was so old and damaged that though the numbers were clearly changing, I couldn't see how long we had. "We get to choose," I said and explained what I was looking at. "Can you see which track ends where?" Koji asked. I followed all the track as best I could, but the rails circled and slid in between each other. It was hard to tell which track went where. "I think the blue track ends in that big pool in the corner. The red track ends in a wall, and the orange one just drops into a hole in the floor like the one we came down here through. I think." "There's no way out, dude," said Scott from the second car. His voice was unsettlingly calm. "They're just telling us how we're going to die. We can still find a way out of this." I answered quietly, more to myself than to him. "Choose the pool," Scott said, and I could hear the tears in his voice. "I've heard drowning isn't an awful death. I've heard it's calming at the end." "No, choose the hole in the floor," said Koji. "It's possible it drops down into another cavern like this. There might be more track, which means more time to figure out how to live. You don't think we'd be the first to choose that option, do you? Scott asked him. And no one that went missing ever came back. There's just more death in that hole. I don't want to die like this, Koji begged, and at least it's a chance. Danny was still whimpering in the back and offered no suggestion. It seemed the decision was up to me, and I had to make it fast. I knew I didn't want to die by dropping off the track. I didn't want to drown. Perhaps the quickest death was the wall. More than likely we would all be killed instantly. Less suffering, less time to think about our fates. But the truth was, I wasn't entirely positive which track ended where. It was all educated guesswork, and my time was up. The orange. Let's go down to the second floor if there is one. Scott and Danny said nothing, and Koji choked out the last words I'd ever hear him say. Push it before it chooses for us. Before I could think about it any longer, I pushed the orange button and committed us to whatever death it led to. We heard the metallic scraping of the track transferring below. Once the orange track was securely connected, the brakes on the car released and the train rolled slowly toward the drop. Danny started screaming again. As we dropped down the hill, I got a better view of the orange track. There was a vertical loop ahead that didn't look as high as the others we'd been through. In fact, it looked like there was a chance the fall wouldn't kill us. If it wasn't an optical illusion, and if the shoulder bars disengaged for that loop, we might have a shot at living through this. I yelled back to everyone behind me. Let yourself fall out of the loop, the one up there. No one responded to me, which didn't matter, because I didn't think I'd have the courage to let go of the seat anyway. We raced along the track, in and out of banks and curves. At one point we passed along the pool, and I looked down. Below the water's surface, the track ended above an even deeper pool. I could see the shadows of several coaster cars at the very bottom. I suddenly felt the brakes engage, and I realized we were coming to the loop. I tested the shoulder bar by pushing up on it, but it stayed locked. I was somewhat relieved in that moment to know I wouldn't have to make the decision to fall out now or gamble on the orange track. But suddenly, the restraints released. As we started up the loop, I gripped the lip of the seat tightly and turned my head back to look down. It looked like we were very high, and I only hoped the ground was the loosely packed dirt that it looked like. I had to choose now, the fall or the hole. I chose the fall. As I began to slide up the seat, I yelled at the others to let go and fall out of the car. And then I closed my eyes and let go. I felt my head crack the shoulder bar on the way out. It wasn't like a slow-motion fall. It was over before I realized that I'd actually let go. One moment I felt an intense pain as my head hit the bar, and in the same moment I realized I was on the ground. I hadn't even had the time to realize the possibility of hitting the track below or get run over by the cars. I opened my eyes in time to watch the cars speed over the track above me. The pain didn't hit me all at once. I had one long, blissful second before I felt it. And then I was in agony. I'd hoped my body was so in shock that I wouldn't feel much of the pain, but I felt it all. I concentrated on keeping my eyes open and trying to catalog the damage. There was blood on my clothes, but I didn't know what part of my body it was coming from. I heard screaming as well, but I didn't know if it was in my head or coming from my friends as they approached the end. I didn't want to move, didn't think it was safe to move, but I knew I had to, if only to pull out my phone. With trembling fingers, I pulled the thing from my pocket and brought it to my face, trying to focus on the screen. But it was shattered and refused to even turn on. I threw it away from me, and then I realized the silence. Their ride had ended. With a great amount of effort, I rolled over onto my stomach and dragged my broken body across the ground toward where I thought I remembered seeing the hole. I crawled for what seemed like hours, and maybe it was. Sometimes I tried to stand or even kneel, but the pain in my back and ribs was too great. I passed out several times from shock and pain, but eventually I made it to where the track disappeared into the ground. I pulled myself to the edge and looked down inside the hole. The track ended just below the surface. It was a natural shaft with walls made of rock. I didn't know how deep it went, and I didn't want to. It was a fate I'd only narrowly escaped. But then I thought my friends were down there and maybe someone survived. Koji? My voice echoed loudly down the shaft. No answer. Scott? Nothing. I reached for a nearby screw and dropped it down the hole. It took half a minute to land, and when it did, it was with a tink as it hit something metal. The small sound echoed up the shaft and out into the cavernous room, and I realized this place was built with acoustics in mind. I rolled over onto my back and studied everything I could see from where I was, staving off my body's desire to pass out again. I felt nothing but numbness when I finally saw what I was looking for. A long, panoramic window in the far wall. I knew what track B was for, and I finally let myself slip away into the darkness. I remember very little of my rescue. There were lots of people in uniform and my sister yelling in pain. Lots of pain. I was in and out on the way to the hospital, but I remember I passed through the room behind the window at some point. And from my stretcher through the chaos, I saw in that room a single chair facing the window. It was covered in a deep layer of dust. I was never visited by anyone official, let alone asked to give a statement. Charlotte stayed by my side at the hospital for months while I recovered. She wouldn't say much about that day, although she finally did tell me something. She that they wouldn't let her ride with me to the hospital and that someone offered her a ride. On that drive, she'd been spoken to by two people that had convinced her to never speak of what had happened and to convince me of the same. Whatever they threatened her with had her begging me to agree, and I did. At the time, I am still to this day learning to walk without aid. I never saw Mayhem Mountain again. The loan defaulted and Adventure Valley was bought up by an unknown LLC which bulldozed it and built a block of apartments over the top. They're still empty to this day. I don't like the dark anymore. It reminds me of the horror my friends experienced as they looked down and saw the track end before they disappeared into that hole. I try not to think of what they must have felt as they fell down the shaft in complete darkness, strapped to a roller coaster, waiting for the terrible end. I wish I'd chosen the pool, if only to save them from that fate. As for the billionaire's son, he was only simple in the fact that he was a man of simple tastes. And he still is. I looked him up once, only a few years ago. He owns several amusement parks now, all sizable, but small enough to be popular only in their specific regions. In fact, one is not very far from where I live now. I've thought about going many times, just to check, just to see. But then I realized that I probably didn't need to search all the rides in the park to know, because I know that somewhere in that park, some ride in some corner, has a track B. My ex wouldn't stop texting me, "I miss you." I held off on getting a cell phone for as long as possible. I didn't really have a good reason, I guess, other than the cost. When I was just setting out on my own, there was no way I could afford the monthly plan. I was the only one of my friends to still rely on a landline, and it drove everyone nuts. I managed to wait until my 25th birthday, when I finally felt financially secure enough to justify buying one for myself. My friends all laughed about my change of heart, but I could tell they were relieved. To be honest, I was pretty pleased too. As it turns out, cell phones are ridiculously convenient. Who knew? I didn't start getting the texts until about a month after I bought my phone. It was the first message from an unknown number that I'd received, and it read simply, "I miss you." I was confused at first. What kind of introductory text was that? It seemed a little overdramatic to me, and that was when I made the connection. About a year before, I dumped a deadbeat ex-boyfriend out of my life. Looking back, I can definitively say that he was really something of an overgrown child. He expected me to cook, clean, set up his doctor's appointments, and give him half of my income each month, as he did not find it necessary to get a job. I shouldn't have stayed with him so long. Damn those devilish good looks. But once I came to my senses, I kicked him to the curb, as all his other girlfriends/victims had done before. My guess was that he'd stalked my Facebook or prodded my friends for my new number. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd tried to reach out to me, and I figured it wouldn't be the last. In the end, I chose not to answer. For one, I knew he would just try to manipulate me if I gave him the chance, as per usual. For two, it would give me petty satisfaction to let him feel ignored and unheard. Now, as a rule, I try not to be petty, but sometimes such a perfect opportunity is just too seductive. The next few months seemed to corroborate my inference. His attacks weren't constant, but were always vague pleas that seemed to indicate that he needed a new host to leech off and couldn't find one. It was unsurprising that he'd try to reach out to me first, as I'd been the most loyal and long-lasting of all his girlfriends. And the most naive. I was the perfect target. The messages were always in the same vein, and quickly became tiresome. I miss you. I wish I could see you. I thought I saw you in a crowd today, but it turned out to just be a dream. Ugh, pathetic. One night, about 8 months since I'd had my phone, I slipped up. I have to admit, I'd been drinking. It had started as one beer to help me unwind after work, and quickly snowballed into a one-woman party. I was thoroughly smashed when I received a much longer text than usual. I miss you so much. I know you don't read these, but today of all days, I need you to know how much I love you. I'd do anything to see you one more time. Today of all days? I wondered. I tried to wade through the mushy haze of my brain. The first thought I had, I seized. Today must have been our anniversary. Sure, why not? It would be the perfect opportunity for a little manipulation. He was a prick, but he was smart. And then I had an idea. He wants to play games? Okay, let's play. But I'm going to change the rules. I swear my thoughts slurred. I began to type and my autocorrect struggled to clarify through my drunkenness. If you want to come see me, then why don't you do it? And then, just for good measure, I let him know that I knew he'd been investigating me. You know where to find me. I sent it, and with that, I changed fate. When I woke up the next morning, I had 13 missed calls. I tried to remember, through the throbbing of my skull, just what bullshit I'd done the night before. I groaned when my texting history answered my question. Well, at least I hadn't answered the phone, I thought. I silently prayed that he wouldn't message or call again, but I feared that I'd merely succeeded in egging him on. To my great relief, he stopped messaging me. For a week or so, my phone was blissfully free from his assaults. I was secretly satisfied, congratulating my drunken self on her ingenuity. The next week, I received a knock on my door. I opened it only to reveal a man of the badge, his solemn face and blue uniform standing stark in the morning sunlight. His partner stood behind him, his face hard as stone. I felt a strange coldness seeping into my veins as they stared at me. Good morning, officers. Is something wrong? I asked. With very little introduction, they invited themselves inside. I let them in, not sure what they were looking for, but positive they wouldn't find it. I figured they'd made a mistake and was even more surprised when they began firing questions. Do you know anyone by the name of Silence Madison? I was stumped, completely puzzled. I can't say that I do. Why? We found a series of texts to you on her phone. We found only one reply from you. The younger officer pulled out a printout of the texts that I'd been receiving, along with my one drunken reply. Reality started to dawn on me as the older officer asked, "Did you receive these messages?" "Yeah," I answered. I added quickly, "But they were coming from an unknown number. I thought they were from my ex-boyfriend." "And that's why you sent that reply?" I was sweating nervously. "Well, yeah. I thought it would make him stop." I couldn't stop running my mouth. I was a little drunk, so maybe it wasn't the best decision. The younger officer stepped outside as the older one sighed. "There seems to have been a rather unfortunate accident." "What do you mean?" He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Silence had had a very rough first year of college. Classes were hard. She didn't quite fit in. Her life was a mess of stress and papers. And, just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, her best friend since childhood, Raquel Wagner, died in a car wreck. The death was instant, but Silence's pain was not. She'd withdrawn into herself as the semester went on. Her family and friends mourned Raquel's loss, of course, but they continued their lives, as people are wont to do. Silence, on the other hand, could not bring herself to leave her friend in the past. She tried to deal with it, she really did. She looked for outlets. She tried to put on a happy face when she went to class. But she sank slowly into a darkness that felt inescapable. And when that darkness was truly thick, suffocating, insufferable, she'd text Raquel's old number. A useless gesture, but sometimes it would bring her comfort. And on the anniversary of Raquel's death, when she was at her lowest, She finally got a response. "If you want to come see me, then why don't you do it? You know where to find me." She tried calling, but she didn't even reach voicemail, because I had never set it up. So she'd done the only logical thing she could do. She'd reached for the box cutter she'd swiped from work and opened her veins to the possibility of infinity. I made a terrible mistake that night, a mistake that ended the life of someone desperately struggling just above the surface. Her father forgave me, but no matter how many times I apologized, her mother had nothing but hatred for me. I understood that. To her, I had been the final push to kill her daughter. The police told me over and over that Silence, herself, had ended her own life. I was not to blame. But inside me, the seeds of guilt spread far across my heart, growing like weeds that I just couldn't uproot. It was a long, hard year. I managed to get back on my feet and continue on with my life, although Silence's death hung over me like a shadow. No matter what I did, I just couldn't forget her, no matter how far away the incident seemed. Yesterday was her anniversary. I tried my best to get through the day, pretending I'd never heard that name, never heard that story. It was going well until about 10 that night when I received a text. A text from a number I'd been trying desperately to forget for the entirety of the last year. "Thank you. I found a list I've never seen before in my kitchen. It's in my handwriting." It all started with an unfamiliar line of dried blood on my cheek. Where did this blood come from? Not from me. I examined my entire body in the bathroom and I couldn't even find a scrape. My head felt empty. It's not just that I couldn't remember where the blood came from. I couldn't remember anything. It all began this morning. I awoke to a ray of sunlight sitting on my eyelids. Groaning, I rotated my neck towards my alarm clock. 11 a.m. I pulled myself out of bed reflexively and walked a few feet to the bathroom. I saw the blood in the mirror and realized that I couldn't remember anything. What's the word again? Amnesia. I found the answer somewhere inside my head. Standing in the empty bedroom, staring at the unmade bed, I realized that the word amnesia wasn't quite correct. Recurring dissociative amnesia. Somehow, I knew that was the correct expression. The thought stuck out in my brain like the dried blood on my light complexion. Nothing else would come. My mind was a lockbox, and I hadn't yet found the right key. My bedroom was empty. The blinds were drawn. A few feet from the bed stood a new-looking faux wood desk. On top of it was a laptop. The screen was dark, but light emanated from the computer's on switch. Sleep mode. I walked out of the bedroom. The hallway outside looked so familiar. Its white walls and gray carpet felt very natural to me. My house. I meandered past a closed door. As I reached my hand out to turn the knob, an uninvited word came to mind. Guest room. I left the door closed. Somehow, I felt like what I was looking for was somewhere else. The hallway ended in a carpeted staircase. At the bottom of the stairs was a large wooden door with a glass pane, clearly the front door. An unknown reflex guided me away from the door, towards an open kitchen and dining area. I caught a glimpse of a love seat and an armchair in a room adjacent to the kitchen, and a glass door beyond that. Living room, backyard. This kitchen was familiar as well, but it was in a particular state of disarray. Dirty dishes filled not just the sink but the surrounding counter area. Cupboards were torn open, and a bag of sugar and cans of vegetables lay broken on the floor. The fridge was standing open and the smell of spoiled milk poured out of it. With a hand up to my nose, I closed it. My gaze turned towards the dining room table. In a room of chaos, it was the only thing that was pristine. On it laid a sheet of notebook paper filled with writing. My list. Instinctively, somehow, I knew that the contents of this sheet were important to me. As I grasped it, I discerned that all the words filling the page were not just familiar, they were mine. From the first Y on the page to the last N, I could tell it was my handwriting. I wrote everything on this sheet. I had no recollection of doing so. The list is composed of 10 items numerically placed from top to bottom. All of the letters near the top, the first 5 entries, are written in my neatest handwriting. Handwriting I somehow knew was reserved in a past life for filling in tax forms. These entries are all written in black ink with a ballpoint pen. The 6th entry is also written neatly, although it's written in blue ink, presumably at a different point of time. The 7th entry is written in red ink, a long-handed, messy script, clearly mine, but also clearly demonstrating a lack of concern with its appearance. The last 3 entries are written in a fat, green marker. They're messy and rambling and take up more than half the page. My eyes scanned the page. None of it made any sense to me at first, like I was reading a foreign language. Obviously, I knew what each word meant, but it was as though they didn't fit together. Then, one at a time, the items on the list began to trigger memories in the back of my head. Only then did I remember writing them. Number 1. Your name is Travis Howie. You live at 756 Camelot Lane in Gilliman County with your wife Rebecca. Rebecca. Some of the fog was beginning to clear. Rebecca, my wife. She had dark hair and an impossibly light complexion. No, that wasn't right. Her hair was blonde, but she had started dyeing it recently. She liked to do things like that. How long had we been married? Not too long. A few years maybe, but I'm still having a hard time remembering how many. I knew who she was and I could picture her in my mind, but I had no memories of us together. I could only picture her alone in a never-ending expanse of black. She's wearing a white dress with red roses dancing across it. She's smiling and her hair messily covers part of her face. Then I read the next entry. Number 2. You have a steel plate in your head. You sustained acute brain damage during an attempted mugging. I stumbled over backwards like I'd been pushed. My legs barely held me up. Unpleasant images and violent memories were suddenly falling back into place. My hand trembling, I reached up towards the left side of my skull. I tapped with a shaking finger. A metallic noise echoed inside. The mugging. It was in January. It had been snowing. Rebecca was with me. We were coming back from a movie. No, a play. You can't take it with you, I believe. Sorry, some of the memories are still coming back. I hadn't enjoyed the play. It wasn't nearly as funny as I had envisioned. Rebecca had loved it, particularly the old man who made fireworks in the basement. We hadn't been able to park close to the theater. We were several blocks away. I recommended we cut through an alleyway. It's Denver, I told her. It's perfectly safe. She was reluctant. She reminded me that there was a serial killer loose in the area who had yet to be identified. I ignored her protests and drug her through the alleyway. A man was waiting there. Not a serial killer, just a common thief. He had a gun. His hand was trembling. He must have been nervous. Why should he have been nervous? He was the one mugging us. Give me your wallet. There was no argument from me. I knew better than that. The purse too. Becca's face looked pale, even framed by her then blonde hair. Okay, but just let me get my keys first. No, now. Please. She reached into the purse. The man raised the gun. She really was just reaching for her keys. She would later confide in me, but he must have thought she was searching for a gun of her own. I threw my body in front of her own. Then I heard a deafening bang, and everything went dark. The next thing I remember is the hospital. The bullet shattered part of my skull, but didn't kill me. Part of my skull was lodged in my cerebral cortex. I set the paper down. The memory had stopped there. There was a part of me that thought I shouldn't read anymore, that I shouldn't let any more memories in. Instinctively, I knew the rest of the items on the list would upset me, but I couldn't stop. Number 3. You suffer from recurring dissociative amnesia due to the damage. Dr. Phillips instructed you to make a list of important facts to assist in restoring your memory when it's been forgotten. It's critical that you focus on things that you've documented, as false memory creation is a potential concern. Dr. Phillips was my therapist. He was an old, patient man. Rebecca had found him, actually, said he had a doctorate from a nearby college that was supposed to be all that. You're going to have these episodes of forgetfulness for a while, maybe even forever, but visual reminders should cue your hippocampus to retrieve memories that you've buried. That's what he said. That was the inspiration for this list. How long ago had that been? Days? Weeks? Months? At this point, small memories were coming back in flashes. It's hard to explain, but it was like I had short films playing in my head, but that certain scenes and clips were missing. Number 4. Your amnesia is usually triggered by periods of extreme stress. It is important that you relax and keep your head clear. I looked up from the note to the shambles of a kitchen that surrounded me. A puddle of juice and smashed carrots covered part of the floor. The carrots had gone brown. I still don't know how long I had been asleep. I figured that whatever created this mess must have triggered my amnesia. Were we robbed? The funny thing is, I don't remember how the mess was made. I don't remember much of anything before I was in the bathroom. I barely remember waking up. The first thing I can clearly remember is the dried blood on my face. Reading this entry triggered a few brief memories of being told by Dr. Phillips and Rebecca that I had blacked out before, but I still had no memory of the most recent blackout that placed me where I was now. Number 5. You work at the local supermarket. Dr. Phillips said it would be helpful for your mind to receive new stimulation on a daily basis. Rebecca works from home. I groaned. I had forgotten about work. I briefly considered calling in, but I figured, based on the state of disarray in my home, I probably had bigger fish to fry. I didn't like my job. It was far beneath my level of intelligence. But it was easy for the supermarket to retrain me if the memories of how to do my job disappeared. This item on the list triggered a whole host of memories. Rebecca is medical transcriptionist. She types of the audio recordings of doctors' notes so they have a written copy. That's why she worked from home. Before my accident, before I was shot, I used to be an accountant at a big firm. It brought in lots of money. It bought Rebecca and I this house. I think before the accident that we were planning on having kids. She always wanted 2 of them, a little boy and a little girl. They were going to be named after her grandparents, Lincoln and Claire. My mind was filled with images of Rebecca's face stained with tears while she told me not to blame myself. We couldn't have kids now. My memory loss was too big of a liability. I turned back to the paper. The next entry was the first that looked like it had been written at a different point in time than the rest. Number 6. In August 2016, your cousin Scott moved in with you and Rebecca. He works out of your home as well. Scott is my only living family member. The rest died in a car accident when he and I were just kids. We actually hadn't seen each other in years, but he sought me out after the mugging. He's always kind of been a burnout, but the kind of burnout who had insane computer programming skills. That's what he did from home. Scott was nice enough to offer to help take care of things after my injury, although I always felt like he was just using the opportunity to move into a nicer house. Still, he helped with the chores, and he took care of stressful things that the doctor had recommended I stay away from, like paying bills. Rebecca thought it was nice to have someone else bringing money into the house, although she was wary at first because she had never heard about him before. Scott and I were never very close, and like I said, we didn't see each other often. At this point, it occurred to me exactly how alone I was. There was no movement or creaking throughout the house, just suffocating silence. If Rebecca and Scott both work from home, shouldn't they be here? I stood up from my kitchen table and tiptoed into our living room. It was in shambles as well. The 2 chairs I had seen previously were in fairly good condition, but the rest of the room was a wreck. A flat screen lay overturned on the floor. Dark glass blended in deceivingly with the carpet. In the corner of the room, propped neatly against the stucco wall, was a long piece of wood with a large metal head. Sledgehammer. The head of the hammer was a rusty burgundy. The carpet beneath the hammer was distinctively different than the cream color of the surrounding carpet. It was a dried brown crimson color. Blood. Something bad had happened in this house. I looked at the glass door that led to our backyard. Blinds were drawn, blocking the outside. There was dried mud on the floor surrounding the door. The corners of my vision were starting to go gray. My head felt heavy, and I had an overwhelming urge to lie down. My own voice started screaming in my head, trying to reason with me. No, don't go to sleep. But I'm so tired. It's the stress. It's triggering another blackout. You need to take a breath and relax. My chest was heaving and my breaths were sharp and irregular. Hyperventilating. I took a deep breath. The gray in my vision began to fade. Air filled my lungs and my heart began to beat in a more regular rhythm. After a few minutes, I felt normal again. I stood up slowly and returned to the kitchen table. Some part of me knew that I had to finish reading, understanding the list. Number 7. Does Rebecca even still love me? Tears welled in my eyes. We had been having problems. Visions of Rebecca and I yelling filled my head. I'm sorry, I just can't keep it all straight. I'm doing my best. This is your best, Travis? I'm tired of reminding you who I am. I'm tired of getting calls from the police because you've fallen asleep on the side of the road. I didn't ask for this. I'm doing my best to provide for us. Provide for us? The only one who does anything to provide for us is Scott. Fuck Scott. Rebecca and I are standing in the kitchen and yelling at one another. There are multiple memories like this. She and I fighting about my amnesia. Some of them I can tell what we're fighting about. Some of them I can't. Scott is usually a topic of conflict, but it isn't always clear why. I kept staring at the list. The next item was the first written in the chaotic green marker. Green bled in the tiny veins on the paper, creating a frantic, unearthly look in my writing. Number 8. Rebecca and Scott are getting really close. They're probably fucking while I'm at work. I hate myself. I hate myself. I'll kill us all. Oh God. Paranoia? Depression? Both of those things had become notable staples in my recent existence. Rebecca was usually cold to me. Numerous impressions of her ignoring me or treating me like an idiot danced in front of my eyes. I remembered the nervousness in my stomach while I stood bagging groceries, thinking of them alone together. The pain of how that felt still hurt. I realized that I was crying. All these painful memories were coming to the surface at once. I'll kill us all. I had written that. Had I killed my wife and cousin? I couldn't remember. I remember being so upset at the two of them, but I also remember still feeling all the love for Rebecca. I couldn't have killed them, could I? Then an unfamiliar word fought its way to the surface of the conflicting ideas in my head. Guest room. I practically ran up the stairs. The memories were starting to come back, but I wanted to see it myself before they did. The guest room door remained perfectly close. With the blank walls beside it and the immaculately clean floor beneath it, it was a visage of white. When I threw the door open, my vision filled with red. The bed was smeared in red. The walls were smeared in red, even the fucking ceiling. There was blood blanketing most of the room. It was old, dried blood. All I could smell was the sickening scent of iron. I felt a pressure rise in my chest. I could remember the sound of a hammer hitting something soft and wet. I could remember a scream, a woman's scream. Rebecca. I held my hand over my mouth and pulled myself out of the room. I struggled to keep my composure. Gray clouds were already beginning to fill my vision, but I was struggling to keep myself calm. If I had killed Rebecca, I wanted to be sure. There was no body in the guest room. I had no recollection of where I might have hidden it. It took me almost 15 minutes to get back to the kitchen. Every few steps I had to stop and calm myself down. The minute details of Rebecca's death kept replaying in my head. Eventually I made it. I picked up the note, intent on finishing it. Number 9. Rebecca is in the garden. The dirt around the back door. She was buried in our garden. Rebecca loved the garden so much. Before my accident, we used to spend hours every weekend planting and watering. It was so peaceful out there. She loved planning what we were going to grow every year. Tomatoes, strawberries, rhubarb. It made perfect sense to bury her somewhere that she truly loved. I can see her, in my mind. She's wearing a white dress with red roses dancing across it. The muscles around her mouth have relaxed and fallen into a macabre smile. Her hair is caked with dirt. Shovels full of dirt cover her body one by one. I could go outside and look for the body, but it would be pointless. I'm certain that she's there. By this point, it had taken me almost 2 hours to understand this whole list. It was barely a page, yet reading it felt like I had read a whole book. There was only one item left. I was confident that I had murdered Rebecca, maybe Scott too. I knew that I needed to call the police and confess, but first, I finished the list. Number 10. It's not what it looks like. Check the computer. This item made no sense to me. I remembered the computer in my room, but nothing else. Still, I had to know what it meant. Going back upstairs was difficult. Walking past the open door to the guest room nearly sent me overboard, but I survived it. I stood in my bedroom, where I had first come to the realization that something was off, where I had first found the blood on my face that sent me spiraling. The computer was still on, sleep mode like I had initially thought. There was no passcode. When I clicked on the power button, it sprang to life. The desktop was clear, except for a single icon, Google Chrome. I clicked on it. It brought me to the generic Google search screen. There were 2 bookmarks, 2 different news articles, I dragged the cursor to one and opened it. A headline blared on the screen. Gilliman County Crusher Still at Large. The story detailed a serial killer in our area. He was famous for breaking into women's homes. He would tie them up, torture them, and then murder them. Police were baffled by him. He had gone months without capture despite the horrific scenes he left in people's homes. His signature was crushing the skulls of his victims with a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. There was a sledgehammer in the living room. I shivered. I couldn't be the crusher, could I? I had no recollection of doing anything like that. So far, whenever I read something that had meaning to me, it triggered a flood of memories. But I didn't remember killing anyone. I clicked on the other bookmark. It was a new article from 15 years ago, an obituary detailing an accident. Family dies in freak auto accident. This article brought back memories by the dozen. Images of my family's van sliding on the ice, crashing through a highway divider, hitting a car going the other direction. Another boy is sitting adjacent to me on the seat. He's my age. The car hit us on his side. His body was crushed. I remember watching him crumple and fold into a knot of gore and metal. I remembered the funeral. Standing with a police officer at my side, tears running lines down my face. I remember burying them all. My mother, my father, my aunts, my uncles, all dead. And the boy on the seat next to me, my cousin Scott. I was the only survivor. The article confirms what I've said. It lists the names of the deceased, including Scott Hawley. How could he have been living with us then? Who was the person that had moved in with us? I picked up the note again. Again and again, I read it, searching for any clue that might explain what happened. My eye caught item 3 of the list. It's critical that you focus on things that you've documented, as false memory creation is a potential concern. False memory creation. It clicked. The person living with us, the person that I had told my wife was a long-lost cousin of mine, the person who spent all day alone with Rebecca while I was at work, worrying he wasn't really my cousin. But he was convincing. I remember watching him tie Rebecca down to the bed. The stress already causing my vision to go dark. I remember the hammer. I remember her pleading, begging me to stand up and help. I remember tears covering my cheeks and feeling absolutely powerless. I remember Scott cackling madly as he swung the hammer against her again and again. I remember the sick noise of bones cracking and Rebecca screaming in pain. I remember her shrill, ear-piercing scream. And then it goes black. I think I've figured out what happened. This serial killer person, he convinced me that he was my long-lost cousin. There are suddenly memories of when I first met him. He came to the hospital right after the accident. No one else was there at the time. He brought flowers, red tulips. We talked about the injury and my family. He came back every week until I just assumed it was the same Scott I had known when we were kids. I had convinced Rebecca of the same. I had no recent memories of him, but I wrote it off as a symptom of my injury. She was under too much stress to really question it. He murdered Rebecca. I wonder how many times I've woken up and come to this realization and then blacked out from stress. Judging by the state of disarray in my home and the dried blood in the guest room, this isn't the first time. I know I should call the police, but my head feels so heavy. Everything is cloudy. My bed looks very, very soft. I'm so tired. I think I'll go back to sleep and call them when I wake up. Don't worry, I'll remember. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness. The faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes. The knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty, just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it, a wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe, or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 247, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. "No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out?" I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim?" I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, a unit that should have been empty, should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things: inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 10:15 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me, in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz, or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a U.S. News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored, just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow-motion fall that reminded me of the low-gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the research assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person." She pantomimed a jogging motion. "But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you." I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines and the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow-motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air, and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins, and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the NUP scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. "It'll wear off in a few hours," they said, "which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode." The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hypertime, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the Red Line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The Red Line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long, low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car, her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddied roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking Red Line train. Days. Listening to the whale song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose-blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My God. It takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the part that's been accelerated to hyper speeds by the drug, isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it, sliding my throat, was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had had for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better, or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour, then on to the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham, everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the ambient, body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backwards for hours more, when it seemed like I would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush-hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the ambient. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone. And with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again and again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries, until finally, the light of life leaves my brain, and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older, in spirit, than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 1. I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an SAR officer for a few years now, and along the way I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff, and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing, and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man, and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair, like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched that area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name, before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could possibly have gone, because neither her mother or grandpa saw her come down. A few times, I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces. Straight, sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling, and in those cases we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff or miles away from where the canine has led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbroken wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another SAR officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. I was teamed up with another SAR officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevasse with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night, climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say I was really happy when we left the area that night. This is the last one I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every SAR unit, but in mine it's sort of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other SAR officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told, very emphatically, that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. As far as missing persons go, I'd say about half the calls I get are related to that. The others are rescue calls. People who fall down cliffs and hurt themselves, get injured by fire. You wouldn't believe how often this happens. Mostly drunk kids get bitten or stung by animals or insects. We're a tight team, and we have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. That's what makes these cases where we never find any trace of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us, because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication and had suffered one out on the trail. Before you ask, I have no idea why he thought it was okay to go out alone, or why she didn't go with him. I don't ask about that kind of thing because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing, and it's my job to find them. We went out in a standard search formation, and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure we were covering as much ground as possible. Suddenly, a call comes over the radio telling us to all head back to the vet's location, and we come right away, because this usually means the missing person is injured, and we need a full team to help get them out safely. We meet back up, and the vet is just standing at the base of a tree with his hands on the sides of his head. I ask my buddy what's going on, and he points up into the branches of this tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there's a walking stick dangling from a branch at least 30 feet off the ground. The little strap thing on the handle has been looped around the branch and it's just hanging there. There's no way the guy could have tossed it up that far, and we don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We're all just sort of left scratching our heads. We keep searching for the guy, but we never find him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off because there are other calls we have to attend to, and past a certain point, there's not much we can do. The guy's wife called us every day for months, asking if we'd found her husband, and it was heartbreaking to hear her get more and more hopeless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting, but I think it was just the sheer improbability of it. That and the questions that were raised. How the hell had this guy's cane ended up there? Did someone kill him and toss that up there as some weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. Missing kids are the most heartbreaking. Doesn't matter what circumstances they go missing under, it's never easy, and we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. David Paulides talks a lot about kids SAR teams find in places they shouldn't be or couldn't be. I can honestly say I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than I've seen it, but I'll share one of the ones that I think about a lot that I witnessed personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, and the other is about 3. She's watching them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area either, which is important. She packs their stuff up, and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods, and it's on a very clearly established trail. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it, unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her when she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them, took the kid's hand, and led him into the trees. The two remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she says later that it seems like they've been drugged. They're sort of spacey and fuzzy. So of course, she freaks out, starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name, and she says at one point, she thinks she heard him answer her. Now, obviously she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got the other two kids, so she calls the police, and they send us out immediately. We respond, and we start the search for him. Over the course of this search, which spans miles, we never find a single trace of the kid. Canines can't pick up any scent. We don't find any clothing or broken bushes, or literally anything that would signify a child being there. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We looked for this kid for weeks, with a lot of volunteer help, but eventually, the search peters out, and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching though, and one day we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body has been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location, and none of us can believe it. We figure it has to be a different kid. But we go out there, about 15 miles from the site where he vanished, and sure enough, we find the body of the kid we've been looking for. I have been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area because he figured he might as well look in places no one else would think to, on the off chance the body had been dumped. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up, he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a little boy, stuffed in a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, so he knows right away that it's the missing boy. That's when he calls it in, and we're dispatched. It took us almost an hour to get his body down, and none of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was this kid 15 miles from where he'd started, there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. This slope is treacherous, and it's hard even for us with our climbing gear. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there. Of that I'm certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty. So it wasn't as if an animal dragged him up there, and from what we can tell, he hasn't been dead that long. He'd been out there over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd only been dead for at most a day or two. The whole thing was unbelievably strange, and was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects and no answers. To date, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.